Chapter 821. Kaboom! It was a terrifying blow and a terrifying saber aura. Mo Wushang's inextinguishable dark flame was completely destroyed. There was even a scar on his forehead, right next to the demonic eye. He had almost been hit. How dare you injure my demonic eye? So what? Your strength is no match for the Holy Sun's. You're too biased. The secret soul technique is indeed powerful, but once it's countered by someone, there's no other way. The Qin Bishue sneered. Is that so? Then I'll show you a move that I've never used before. Demonic Eye, Demon King Transformation! As Mo Wushang's cold voice rang out, his body began to change rapidly. A pair of terrifying demonic horns grew from his head, and a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. The muscles on his body were also as tough as iron. The most terrifying thing was that his body had actually grown by more than 10 times. His huge body stood there, looking down at Qin Bishue, just like a demon king. TSK. So it's related to Ye Qianxue? Ye Qianxue's transformation is very similar to Mo Wushang's. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. After transforming, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was not only more powerful, but his defense and strength were also greatly enhanced. He could even fly for a short period of time. He had originally planned to use this huge advantage to deal with Haim Myunkeo, but now he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat the Qin Bishue. Oh, transformation? Not bad. But do you think you're the only one who can do it? The Qin Bishue revealed a strange smile. Blood Saber Transformation, Demon King of Slaughter! In an instant, the Qin Bishue's body also changed. His body did not grow bigger, but there was a strange layer of armor on his body. The blood saber in his hand was gone, and the armor was filled with sharp blades. His body did not grow bigger, but his speed and lethality had increased by leaps and bounds. All right, let's see whose transformation is stronger. The huge body clashed with the steel body. Amidst the chaos on the stage, only Mo Wushang's silhouette could be seen. From time to time, a blood-red light would shoot out from his devil eye. The Qin Bishue was so fast that it was almost impossible to see her. After dozens of rounds, the two of them separated again. You lost! Qin Bishue smiled. The blade on his body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. Why didn't you use this move against the Holy Sun? Mo Wushang had returned to his original state. His face was pale as he knelt on the ground with one knee. It was obvious that he had suffered some serious injuries. It's simple. This is my strongest move. Unfortunately, it's meaningless in the face of the Holy Sun, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven. So it's better to use it to deal with you. Qin Bishue smiled. You're right, I did lose. Mo Wushang's expression was somewhat gloomy. He had thought that he was the only one who was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. But now, it seemed that he could not even defeat the Qin Bishue. How could he defeat the Holy Sun? After all, the Holy Sun had easily defeated the Qin Bishue. I didn't expect the Qin Bishue to have such a killer move. Alas, Mo Wushang has lost to him. Our last hope has been destroyed. It seems that there won't be any surprises. I'm looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Ling Xiao has not shown his true strength yet. Long Chen's strength has obviously increased greatly after his fight with Lu Taiyin. It's possible. Bai Qianjiao is also a possibility. Don't underestimate that woman. Did any of you think that she could defeat Hongli? Speaking of Hongli, it's a pity that she lost to Bai Qianjiao. It seems that she has not shown her full strength yet. It's useless to say anything now. Let's continue watching the competition. Perhaps we'll know the answer soon. The martial artists in the spectator stands were both anxious and disappointed. What made him anxious was that up until now, no one had been able to show that they were qualified to challenge the saint. They hoped that Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Bai Qianjiao, and Hongli could show their true strength as soon as possible. As for the disappointment, it was purely because the Holy Sun was too strong. There was no suspense in the competition. Who would like to watch a competition without suspense? Of course, they would be unhappy. The Qin Bishua had absorbed Mo Wushang's luck. The luck that it had lost to Haim Myungkeo was completely recovered. Not only that, but it had also increased by a lot. It had reached the level of 8 cauldrons, which had surpassed Ling Zhao's. And Mo Wushang, who had walked down from the stage, was a little dazed. Losing to the Qin Bishua was a big blow to him. He had thought that the only person he could not defeat was Haim Myungkeo. He did not expect that the Qin Bishua would make him taste his first defeat. Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, whom he had not fought yet, could be a threat to him. Was he going to lose again? Before this match, he had never had such a thought. The 12th round of the competition continued. Soon, there was a confrontation between 2 strong warriors. The ones standing on the battle stage were actually Ling Xiao and Long Qin. Although I knew there would be a battle like this, I still think it's a little too early. Long Qin knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but he did not want to admit defeat. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and his big brother Ling. Go all out. Your golden dragon form can actually be used by disguising yourself as a martial soul. That way, you will have your full strength. Even if you meet Mo Wushang, you won't lose. Ling Xiao also wanted to spar with Long Qin in a battle like this. A normal spar would not be as exciting as a battle like this. Moreover, if he wanted to hide his relationship with the Divine Sword Sect, he had to fight with Long Qin. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Got it, big brother Ling. I won't go easy on you. Long Qin took a deep breath and entered the 10th form of the humanoid dragon form. In his normal form, he would be looking down on Ling Xiao. He did not have the qualifications to spar with Ling Xiao. Golden Dragon Fist Art. Long Qin had originally learned how to use a sword from Ling Xiao, but he was corrected by Ling Xiao. The Dragon Clan had strong defensive abilities. If they were to use a sword, it would be a waste. Only fist arts and physical fighting methods were more suitable for the Dragon Clan. One must know that the sharp claws and teeth of the Dragon Clan were not inferior to divine weapons at all. In Long Qin's heart, Ling Xiao was stronger than the Holy Sun. Therefore, he did not dare to go easy on him. There was no need to go easy on him because he knew that no matter how he attacked, it was impossible to hurt Ling Xiao. The terrifying golden dragon fist punched out one after another. It was as if the surrounding space was shaking. The cracks on the battle stage were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, his fighting strength had obviously surpassed the time when he fought with Lu Taiyin. The young people of this generation are really strong. This battle stage has been used for so many years. It was destroyed once when Ji Fuling fought with Yu Xianwei. I didn't expect that it would be destroyed again in this generation. That's right. To think that Long Qin can continue to improve in the midst of battle. Right now, his cultivation base and strength must have increased in all aspects. I reckon that Ling Xiao will have no choice but to unleash his true strength. Otherwise, he won't be a match for Long Qin. Chapter 822. Facing Long Qin's attack, Ling Xiao gathered 30% of his heavenly yuan force on the Hell Dragon sword and used the Cloud Dragon technique to stab out. This stab happened to hit the weakest spot of Long Qin's golden dragon fist. A gust of wind blew as the Hell Dragon roared. It was as if 2 divine dragons were roaring on the stage. Many warriors present had the same illusion. Poof! A strong sword intent gushed out from the Hell Dragon's sword. After a moment of stalemate, it tore apart the huge golden dragon's spring layer by layer. This stab not only blocked Long Qin's attack, but also destroyed Long Qin's protective heavenly yuan force. Both of them used swords, but they were much stronger than Lu Taiyin. Long Qin's shirt was torn apart, and a large patch of dragon scales appeared on his chest. On the dragon scales there was a white mark. Ling Zhao's sword broke his protective heavenly yuan force, but it couldn't pierce through his dragon scales. This was the source of the Dragon Clan's strong defense. Big Brother Ling is indeed Big Brother Ling. However, it's impossible for this sword to defeat me. Please use even more power. Golden Dragon Fist, Twin Dragons fetch water, Long Chen admired Ling Xiao, but he didn't like Ling Xiao showing mercy to him. As his aura exploded, 2 golden dragons rushed out from his arms. This was the result of the combination of the terrifying heavenly yuan force and dragon's extinction. Fierce. Domineering. 1. The stage shook again, and the cracks became bigger. There were already some places where people couldn't stand. In the void, the golden ripples continued to spread. If it wasn't for the array, the warriors near the stage wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fine, you're my brother. I'll draw my sword. Ling Xiao gave Long Chen face. Although he didn't need to draw his sword to defeat Long Chen, he wanted to use his sword to make Long Chen lose in a more glorious way. The storage ring on his hand flashed with a faint blue light. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and the purple flash sword was already in his hand. To deal with a strong defense, only lightning internal force could have greater destructive power. Therefore, the purple flash sword was the most suitable. Not only did he draw the purple flash sword, but his heavenly yuan force had also increased to 40%. He drew his sword. He's finally unsheathed his sword. We can finally see Ling Xiao displaying his true swordsmanship. Not only that, but his heavenly elemental energy has also reached 40%. This level is already comparable to the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. No wonder he could defeat Jian Wuji and Hong Samadhi. I'm afraid this is his trump card. This guy has finally met his match. Not only has he drawn his sword, but he has also revealed his full strength. Yes, although 40% of heaven's essence energy isn't particularly strong, this person's control of power is very good. His 40% of heaven's essence energy is probably equivalent to 60% of others. Yes, I feel the same way. After watching so many matches, if they still could not see Ling Zhao's superb control ability, then these martial artists were really incompetent. It's equivalent to 60% of someone else's heaven's origin energy. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? His strength is indeed strong, but he can't simply boast about it. Some people naturally still did not believe it. They were both humans and geniuses. How could Ling Zhao's heavenly yuan force be stronger than others? With the purple flash sword in hand, 40% of heaven's essence energy was completely unleashed. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his swordsmanship was increasing crazily. The terrifying sword intent was also becoming more ferocious. Heavenly yuan force was a source of energy that was higher than true essence. Its existence was not only an increase in attack power, but also an increase in overall strength. Speed, strength, power, accuracy, technique, and so on were all greatly increased. It could even increase the explosive power of sword intent. Pu, sharp sword light flashed in the void, and the 2 golden dragons were sliced into pieces like hairtails on a chopping board. Then, they exploded one after another. Big Brother Ling is indeed powerful. We're both using 40% of heaven's essence energy, but I really can't compare to you. Long Chen laughed bitterly. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. They were both using 40% of heaven's essence energy, but Ling Xiao's heaven's essence energy seemed to always suppress him, making him unable to raise his head. No matter how ferocious his fist force was, it would be dissolved by the sword qi. Even the most valiant dragons would become useless hairpins. Dragon Emperor's protective art. At the critical moment, Long Chen roared. His heaven's essence energy combined with his true essence formed a layer of light golden film on the surface of his body. It was very thin, but its defensive power was absolutely shocking. This Dragon Emperor's protective art was originally a defensive martial art that Ling Xiao pursued. However, because Ling Xiao obtained the more powerful ancient Hell Dragon inheritance, this set of martial art became useless. He asked for a copy from the sect and gave it to Long Chen. It was most suitable for Long Chen to use it. Under the Dragon Emperor's protective art, Long Chen's eyes were wide open, emitting a strange golden light. He then put his fists together and blasted out an even stronger attack. Dragon Emperor's hegemony. This was the strongest move that Long Chen could use in his human dragon form. All the energy in his body was concentrated to one point, which could be used for both defense and offense. The ferocious dragon emperor seemed to have descended from the void, roaring furiously at Ling Xiao. Its huge head seemed to be able to easily swallow the entire martial arts stage. This was because Long Chen's cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was high enough, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could swallow a large city with this move. Of course, it should be more than enough to deal with a martial artist now. Facing this brazen attack, Ling Xiao smiled. Lightning flashed on the purple lightning sword, making Ling Xiao look like a god of lightning. This move will send you off the stage, Descent of the Sword Demon. This was the first move of the Shadow Sword art. Originally, there should be 13 human-shaped sword chis flying out. However, this time, when the first human-shaped sword chi flew out, Long Chen's entire defense collapsed. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat his big brother Ling, but he still found it unbelievable that he was sent flying like this. Too strong. So strong that it was unimaginable. Could it be that big brother Ling had also advanced to the heaven realm? Long Chen, who was sent flying, thought of this. Bang! Long Chen finally fell outside the sparring ring. Although he quickly stood up, he cupped his hands and said, "My strongest defense can't stop you, and my strongest attack can't hurt you. I can only admit defeat." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Chen did not have any dejected expression on his face. Instead, he was a little excited. He had always hoped to have a real fight with Ling Xiao. Today, it finally came true. Losing to Ling Xiao was not embarrassing. What was there to be dejected about? He could not be happier. If his big brother Ling could not even defeat him, how could the revival of the dragon race succeed? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Comprehend what I just told you well. If you can comprehend it, then you'll be able to enter the top 3 in this martial Dao festival. If not, then you can only enter the top 6 at most." Chapter 823. Long Chen's defense was indeed shocking, and his attack was also extremely powerful. However, these were all inferior to Ling Xiao's. Therefore, this battle was actually just Ling Xiao teaching Long Chen on the spot. After absorbing Long Chen's luck, Ling Xiao's luck had also reached 8 cauldrons, completely catching up with Qin Bixue. Based on the current situation, he was only second to Han Myungkeo and Bai Qianjiao, and tied with Qin Bixue for 3rd place. That sword strike just now was indeed terrifying. "Bixue, are you confident?" The Bloodblade sect master no longer thought about defeating Han Myungkeo. He had already lowered his expectations. As long as Qin Bixue could get 2nd place, it would be enough. However, after watching Ling Xiao and Long Chen's battle, he began to worry again. Ling Xiao, this brat, can unleash the power of 60% of his heavenly elemental energy with 40% of his heavenly elemental energy. You have to be careful. Sect Master, don't worry. If that's all he has, it's not enough. Even though Qin Bixue lost to Han Myungkeo, not only did his arrogance not weaken, but it also became stronger. Perhaps he thought that he was the strongest other than Han Myungkeo, so he had to perform well in front of Han Myungkeo. I didn't expect this person's aura to become so strong after taking out his sword. That murderous aura doesn't lose to Qin Bixue's at all. He's not easy to deal with. I thought it would be good if he could get into the ranks of the 6 young lords. Now, it seems like he's even stronger. Mo Wushang frowned. After losing to Qin Bixue, he didn't want to lose to anyone other than Han Myungkeo. Hong Li's expression was a little agitated. She had always wanted to suppress Qin Bixue and Ling Xiao's aura. However, although Qin Bixue lost to Han Myungkeo, he won against Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao had not lost a single battle until now. It was simply a miracle. On the other hand, she had actually lost to her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao. This made her very unhappy. Now Ling Xiao had become her target. As long as she could defeat Ling Xiao, she felt that she would have a chance to regain the audience's recognition. Encountered Ling Xiao, danger! Bai Qianjiao's expression was still indifferent, but she seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and muttered to herself. At this moment, the spectators were already discussing animatedly. Ling Xiao is still strong. He's firmly suppressing Long Qin. Looks like we've all misjudged him. He's the strongest supernova. Yeah. From this round, it seems like Ling Xiao and Long Qin have been holding back. But compared to Han Myung-keo, there's still a big gap between them. But I still think he's the most likely to challenge Han Myung-keo. Why? Think about it. So far, he has defeated Fire Devil Supremacy, Hong Samadhi, and Long Qin, 3 martial artists who are ranked in the top 10. Not to mention, he also defeated one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji. Yeah. In every battle, it feels like he's giving it his all. But in the next battle, he'll always surprise everyone. Even so, his future is not optimistic. His next opponents are the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bixue, Hong Li, Lu Taiyin, and Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer and Lu Taiyin are definitely not his opponents, so they can be eliminated. But the other 5 are not easy to deal with. Hong Li may have lost to Bai Qianjiao, but she may not lose to Ling Xiao. This is interesting. I'm finally looking forward to it. Can Ling Xiao keep winning? If Fire Devil Ancestor was a dark horse, then Ling Xiao would be a peerless dark horse that was almost purple. From the group stage until now, no matter who he met, he had never lost. No one even knew how strong he was or what his trump card was. Because in every battle, he didn't seem to give it his all. He only revealed a little bit of his strength. Let's wait and see if this dark horse can be a dark horse until the end. After Ling Xiao defeated Long Qin, the next battle was Bai Qianjiao against Lu Taiyin. Lu Taiyin was very strong. Even though he lost to Long Qin, he had proved his strength with his swordsmanship. But unfortunately, he was facing Bai Qianjiao, who was ranked higher than him. In just 5 moves, Bai Qianjiao broke through Lu Taiyin's protective barrier of heavenly elemental energy and defeated him. After this victory, Bai Qianjiao's popularity skyrocketed. Some even suspected that she was hiding her strength, enough to fight with Han Myung-keo. After that, the proud Hong Li was defeated by Fire Devil Supremacy again, which surprised everyone. The strength that Fire Devil Supremacy displayed had also broken through the celestial realm. However, he was only at the late stage of One Line Sky. He was still inferior to Han Myung-keo. Originally, Fire Devil Supremacy didn't plan to reveal his strength so quickly. However, after experiencing defeat, he had no way out. Moreover, Han Myung-keo had already revealed her strength. He had nothing to hide. Just as Fire Devil Supremacy's surprise ended, Han Myung-keo's battle started again. Han Myung-keo vs. Mo Wushang. This was the battle between the first and second place of the previous tournament. Mo Wushang was naturally unwilling to admit defeat when facing Han Myung-keo. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Han Myung-keo, it wasn't in his character to admit defeat like this. However, during the battle, he realized that the current Han Myung-keo was even stronger than the previous Han Myung-keo. Not only did the gap between the two not close, but it also widened. His demonic eye was like a joke in front of Han Myung-keo. It didn't have any effect at all. Han Myung-keo stood there and watched Mo Wushang act arrogantly. She gave Mo Wushang 10 moves. In the end, she used the same ordinary Sacred Ancestor's long fist and sent Mo Wushang flying out of the arena. Of course, she still gave Mo Wushang some face and didn't let him perform so tragically. After absorbing Mo Wushang's luck, Han Myung-keo's 9th cauldron was close to being formed. It was basically 70% complete. It couldn't be helped. This last cauldron was much more difficult than the previous 8. Therefore, it wasn't easy to form the 9th cauldron. After Han Myung-keo defeated Mo Wushang, the 12th round of the competition came to an end. After a short break, the 13th round officially began. The 13th round started with the highlight. Han Myung-keo vs. Long Qin. However, to the audience's disappointment, Long Qin chose to forfeit. He didn't even enter the arena. Many people thought that Long Qin chose to forfeit because he wasn't a match for Han Myung-keo. No one would laugh at him. However, Long Chen understood that he had reached a critical moment in his comprehension. Even if his opponent wasn't Han Myung-keo, he would still forfeit. How boring! Yeah, Qin Bixue, Mo Wushang, and Long Chen have already proven that they aren't a match for the Holy Sun. Could it be that the only ones we can hope for are Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao? It seems like that's the case. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I only hope that you can let us dream for a little longer. Chapter 824. The 13th round of the tournament continued. After Long Chen forfeited, the tournament went on for a few more boring matches. Finally, another highly anticipated duel began. Qin Bixue versus Bai Qianjiao. Qin Bixue had only lost to Han Myung-keo. He had yet to lose to any other opponent. He had even defeated Gongzi Mo Wushang, who was ranked second in the previous tournament. Bai Qianjiao had yet to lose a single match as well. Keeping a low profile didn't mean that she was weak. After defeating strong opponents in a row, her reputation had risen to a new height. Many people even hoped that Bai Qianjiao could defeat Han Myung-keo and even challenge Han Myung-keo for first place. Therefore, this battle had become especially crucial. If Bai Qianjiao defeated Qin Bixue, there would still be hope. If she lost, the only person left who could challenge Han Myung-keo would be Ling Xiao. Slaughter in all directions. Blood battle in all directions. Ambush from all sides. Blood thunder dance. As soon as the match began, Qin Bixue launched a fierce attack on Bai Qianjiao. This was his usual fighting style, no matter who he was up against. Terrifying blood-red light danced in the air. Blood-red lightning kept falling on the arena. The arena, which had just been repaired after the 12th round, cracked again. If it was someone other than Han Myung-keo, they would have been defeated by Qin Bixue's crazy and powerful attacks. However, Bai Qianjiao was very special. The realm of clear water that she cultivated was very special. Coupled with the fact that she could clearly see her opponent's weakness, she was always able to avoid Qin Bixue's killing moves at the most crucial moment. This greatly reduced the power of Qin Bixue's attacks. On top of that, she maintained a calm expression on her face, which made Qin Bixue very unhappy. However, even though he was unhappy, it wasn't easy to defeat Bai Qianjiao. Looking up from the bottom of the arena, the sky was filled with blood-red light and saber shadows that covered almost the entire arena. Only the center of the arena was a small patch of green water, which firmly protected Bai Qianjiao. Everyone could see that Bai Qianjiao was at a disadvantage. However, if Qin Bixue couldn't take down Bai Qianjiao in a short period of time, the tables would turn and Qin Bixue would be the one to lose. Qin Bixue clearly understood this. He did not hold back and immediately entered the state of blood saber transformation. He attempted to use his most powerful attack to break through Bai Qianjiao's jade water domain. Boom! Under Qin Bixue's continuous attacks, Bai Qianjiao only had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Good! Very good. Other than the Holy Sun, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. However, today, I must defeat you. Buzz. At that moment, Qin Bixue's aura surged again. What? He's still hiding something? Mo Wushang, who had lost to Qin Bixue earlier, had an ugly expression on his face. He thought that he had forced Qin Bixue to use all of his strength. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. How was he supposed to face Mo Wushang now? Ha ha ha, Mo Wushang, you don't have to take it to heart. I just broke through by chance after the battle with you. What a wonderful feeling! Bai Qianjiao, you are very strong, but you are also very unlucky. Lose. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Qianjiao's face. It seemed that she wasn't expressionless. It was just that she hadn't encountered any real difficulties yet. Boom! Bai Qianjiao was knocked out of the arena by Qin Bixue. She was defeated. Qin Bixue is getting stronger and stronger. Even Bai Qianjiao is no match for him. Will he become the second strongest person after the Holy Sun? Who knows? Let's continue watching. Ling Xiao might also be hiding something. I can only hope so. Hongli vs. Lu Taiyin. Many people supported Hong Li in this battle because they felt that Hong Li's strength was exaggerated. After losing to Bai Qianjiao and Fire Devil Supremacy in a row, Hong Li's strength was seriously doubted. However, Hong Li's performance was beyond their expectations. Facing Lu Taiyin, Hong Li wasn't as anxious and reckless as before. Instead, she felt more like Bai Qianjiao. Although this feeling was still immature, she defeated Lu Taiyin after 20 moves. Why do I feel that Hong Li has suddenly grown? Yes, but it's too late. She lost too many times before. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to get first place. That's not necessarily the case. The points of the prodigy battle are different from ordinary points. It's based on how much luck one has. As long as she can defeat a few more experts, her luck will increase according to the multiplier, and she'll get more. Hong Li walked down the arena and went to the injured Bai Qianjiao. Senior sister, I finally understand what you said. It's good that you understand. You are Hong Li. After the carp leaps the dragon's gate, everyone will be impressed. The providence of the aquamarine shrine depends on you. Bai Qianjiao knew very well how terrifying Hong Li would be once she was enlightened. After the battle between Hong Li and Lu Taiyin, several more battles took place. Among them, Mo Wushang easily defeated his opponent and stopped his losing streak. No one would underestimate him. After all, he lost to two opponents, one was Haim Myungkeo and the other was Qin Bixue, who were currently the most popular figures. In addition, Ling Xiao met Lan Yuer, who took the initiative to admit defeat. She wasn't as battle-hungry as Long Qin. Since she knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, why would she waste her energy? After all, she still had a chance to enter the top 6, so she had to conserve her energy. After the 13th round, the 14th round began. As soon as this round began, Ling Xiao met a strong opponent, which caused the audience to cheer. Because his opponent was Mo Wushang. Mo Wushang had only lost to Qin Bixue and Haim Myungkeo. Whether Ling Xiao could defeat Mo Wushang would determine whether he, as a dark horse, could continue his miracle. No one would underestimate Ling Xiao. And no one would underestimate Mo Wushang. After all, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was terrifying. Not only could it easily see through the opponent's flaws, it also had many other special abilities. Of course, more importantly, many people had heard that Ling Xiao might have killed Mo Wushang's relative, Ye Qianxue, during the preliminaries. This caused Mo Wushang to hate Ling Xiao even more. Against Ling Xiao, perhaps Mo Wushang would be able to display more strength. However, Ling Xiao wasn't a pushover. Those who looked down on him had already lost. This included Hong Sanmei and Jian Wuji, the two young masters of the past. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao and Mo Wushang stood 100 meters apart, but their expressions were completely different. Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. Mo Wushang, on the other hand, was gnashing his teeth. In truth, among all the opponents, Ling Xiao was the least afraid of Mo Wushang. In terms of soul power, Mo Wushang wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Because of this, he was very calm. If the one standing opposite him was Haim Myungkeo, he might have a more serious expression, but there was no need for that now. Chapter 825. It's about to start. Not only are there no openings to hide from the demonic eye, it's also impossible to guard against illusions. Ling Xiao is a skill-based fighter. Once his moves are seen through, he'll be in trouble. That's right. If there's anyone who can counter Ling Xiao, it's probably Mo Wushang. His demonic eye is practically cheating. Sigh, I'm really nervous for Ling Xiao. I wonder how he'll deal with Mo Wushang's terrifying demonic eye. On the stage, Mo Wushang had already activated his demonic eye. A sharp red light enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Looks like I guessed right. You're actually full of weaknesses and openings. The only reason you're able to win against your opponents is because you're faster. He didn't attack directly, as if he wanted to use his words to deal a blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled brightly. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. There's nothing wrong with being fast. Once you're fast, you can cover all your openings. Unfortunately, your speed is meaningless in front of me. Mo Wushang sneered. Before we fight, I want to ask you one thing. Were you the one who killed Ye Qianshui? Yes. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. I'll never let those who deserve to die go. Then you deserve to die too. Mo Wushang's expression turned ferocious, and his voice became unusually fierce. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. It might be difficult for others to kill you, but for me, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Not to mention that you're full of openings, even if there's only one, you won't be able to escape my demonic eye. If Mo Wushang wanted to regain his confidence from Ling Xiao, he had to look down on Ling Xiao strategically and defeat Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao suddenly yawned. Are you going to attack or not? I don't have time to waste on you. You're courting death. Mo Wushang actually entered his transformation state. Under his huge body, Ling Xiao was like a tiny baby, not even worth mentioning. Demon Eye! Annihilation! The moment he transformed, Mo Wushang made his move. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao with a single strike and force Ling Xiao out of today's competition. Of course, this was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Therefore, after the competition, he still had to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't live. No matter what, he could not. When the spectators saw this, they knew that Mo Wushang intended to use all his strength to quickly defeat Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeve. If the battle dragged on for too long, no one could predict what Ling Xiao would do next. That would be very disadvantageous for Mo Wushang. Hey, the competition hasn't started yet, right? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the referee's table. Normally, the referee would announce the start of the match. This time, however, Mo Wushang had obviously made his move first. You have nothing to lose anyway. So be it. At the referee's table, the head referee said calmly. The head referee had originally been looking forward to Ling Xiao's performance. However, he was still a member of the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. He didn't know what the Sacred Emperor had fed this old man, but in any case, this old man had been looking at Ling Xiao for a long time now. This should have been a clear violation of the rules, and Mo Wushang could have been directly ordered to lose. However, he didn't do so. Although the other 10 judges were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the other party was too strong. Damn, isn't this a little too shameless? He attacked first, and the referee didn't do anything? Did Ling Xiao offend the referee? Who knows? Ling Xiao is in danger now. Due to the sudden attack, the demon eye's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already at Ling Xiao's throat. Mo Wushang was aiming for Ling Xiao's vitals. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be injured by this attack, a strange black light appeared and blocked the red light. Then, the two forces exploded and disappeared. Look, what's that? The sharp-eyed people had already noticed that a huge eye had appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was eerie, terrifying, and exuded an extremely evil aura. You have the demon eye, and I have the ghost eye. Also, I forgot to tell you that part of the ghost eye was taken from Ye Qianshui. After fusing with the soul lamp of the lanternfish clan, it became like this. It's the key to my secret soul technique. Ling Xiao stood there with a smile on his face. He knew that the people of the Sky King sect were shameless, so he was guarding against Mo Wushang. Even though the other party had taken the credit, he still resolved it in an instant. However, because he had defended in a hurry, his strength was only on par with his opponent. What bullsh*** ghost eye? How can it be compared to my demon eye? Mo Wushang did not believe that Ling Xiao's ghost eye was so powerful. Yeah, this name doesn't sound good, and it doesn't reflect the characteristics of the fusion of the ghost eye and the soul lamp. In the fighting ring, Ling Xiao did not care about the ferocious Mo Wushang. Instead, he rubbed his chin as if he was thinking about something. Oh, right! I've thought of a better name. Let's call it the Eye of the World. The moment Ling Xiao thought of this name, his mountain river martial soul resonated. The mountain river world, the eye of the world. So that's it. So that's it. Unexpectedly, he had found the most suitable way to release the power of the mountain river martial soul. The eye of the world would be the eye of the mountain river world, the representative of the mountain river martial soul. As the idea matured, a red sun appeared in the mountain river world. However, the red sun looked like the eye of the world, overlooking the entire mountain river world. Ling Xiao had always felt that after he had reached the sky human realm, the mountain river martial soul should have some special changes, such as adding some special effects. However, nothing happened. He did not expect it to be waiting here. He finally understood that the mountain river world was like a blank world except for the things that had been formed in the beginning. Everything had to be created by Ling Xiao. This world was created according to his creation. As for how the mountain river martial soul would develop, it would all depend on his creation. Seeing Ling Xiao standing there in a daze, Mo Wushang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He would not show mercy. Demon Eye, inextinguishable dark flame! The terrifying black flame covered the entire fighting ring, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's under an illusion? It must be. Look, he suddenly stopped moving. Sigh, I thought that Ling Xiao would give us a surprise and have the strength to defeat the Holy Sun. Now, it seems that he's even weaker than the Qin Bixue. That's right. Something's wrong. Look at the inextinguishable dark flame, why did it take a detour? A shocking scene happened. When the inextinguishable dark flame approached Ling Xiao, it actually bypassed Ling Xiao and only burned on the stage, but it was unable to harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Chapter 8:26. Are all the disciples of the Heavenly King sect so shameless? But it doesn't matter. I was in the wrong for being distracted during the competition. Your sneak attack wasn't wrong either. But the problem is that your sneak attack couldn't even hurt me. Isn't that too embarrassing? Ling Xiao seemed to have regained his senses. At the same time, the giant eye on top of his head also underwent a miraculous change. The originally incomparably evil aura actually became profound and mysterious. Enlightenment. This was something that martial artists often talked about. The ultimate of martial arts was the 3,000 Grand Daos. Ling Xiao didn't understand what this meant in the past. Now he understood that although it was important to train hard, it was equally important to have an epiphany. Facing Mo Wushang today, he gained enlightenment. It was also because of this that the mountain river martial spirit and ghost flame martial spirit merged and gave birth to a new eye of the world. Mo Wushang was still in a state of shock. He didn't understand why his inextinguishable dark flame avoided Ling Xiao. Have you heard of the power of celestial phenomenon? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Didn't you notice that my eye of the world is releasing the power of celestial phenomenon of the wind attribute? As the saying goes, if you understand one thing, you will understand all. The mountain river world was a world. When Ling Xiao integrated the power of celestial phenomenon of the 12 golden lotus arts, it would form a true celestial phenomenon. However, the strength of Ling Xiao's cultivation level would directly affect the strength of these celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog. Currently, Ling Xiao had grasped the power of these 5 celestial phenomena, and the mountain river world also had these 5 celestial phenomena. When these celestial phenomena were displayed through the eye of the world, they would merge with the power of heavenly yuan qi and soul force, becoming even more powerful. Celestial phenomenon of the world. Could it be that you've cultivated the 12 golden lotus arts? Mo Wushang seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He had also heard of the 12 golden lotus arts. That's right. What level are you at now? The 5th level. Ha ha ha, idiot. You actually cultivated such a sure-death martial art. Looks like I overestimated you. Mo Wushang suddenly laughed loudly, looking very proud. Definitely dead? Ling Xiao frowned and said. You seem to be very familiar with this kind of martial art. Of course, who in the 12 sects doesn't know of the 12 golden lotus arts? That is a martial art created by the craziest Lotus Grandmaster in history. It is said to be a gold-grade martial art, but in reality, it is a martial art that can grow. However, it must be combined with the 9 great ancient dragon souls and the 12 sacred flames in order to truly grow. Mo Wushang smiled and said, "Stupid people practice this kind of martial arts one after another. However, there are countless casualties. You will not be an exception." "I see." Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. No wonder the 12 golden lotus arts leveled up after he obtained the ancient hell dragon martial soul. It was actually because of this reason. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli from Yuehua School probably knew about it, but they didn't tell Ling Xiao. Now Ling Xiao's heart was suddenly enlightened. "Mo Wushang, since you told me all this, I will let you have 10 moves. If you can touch me within 10 moves, it will be considered my loss. After 10 moves, I will definitely attack." Ling Xiao didn't want to owe Mo Wushang a favor, and now was the time to return it. "How dare you insult me?" Mo Wushang roared angrily. "Let's do it. 10 moves." Ling Xiao didn't care about Mo Wushang's anger at all. He just stood there and said indifferently, "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Mo Wushang was really angry. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this, not even Han Myung-ko. But now, Ling Xiao actually dared to do so. His demonic eyes flickered continuously, and countless red lights shot out like dazzling fireworks and countless scarlet flying swords, enveloping Ling Xiao completely. Then, he rushed forward, and after transforming, his huge claws viciously slapped at Ling Xiao. His idea was simple. "Since you want to let me win, I will let you die." Chi 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 chi, ping 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 ping. It was the annihilation ray and the terrifying giant claws. Mo Wushang's attacks were ferocious. Facing such an attack, even the Qin Bishua had to transform to block it. But all of these attacks were dodged by Ling Xiao. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked like he was spreading his wings. However, every step he took was mysterious, and he just happened to be able to dodge Mo Wushang's attacks. There is one last move left. You have to seize the opportunity. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ling Xiao actually had the time to remind Mo Wushang while he was moving. What the hell? How did this Ling Xiao have such a mysterious movement skill? Why didn't he use it before? Do you think that his previous opponents would let him use this movement skill to escape? That's right. If he didn't say that he would let Mo Wushang have 10 moves, he probably wouldn't have chosen to use this movement skill to dodge. Ha ha ha, there is hope. There is hope. What hope? There is hope that he can defeat the Holy Sun. At the very least, he is qualified to challenge him. With such a movement skill, even the Holy Sun would have a hard time catching him. That seems to be the case. The martial artists in the stands were excited. Ling Xiao's battle had given them a new surprise. First, it was the Eye of the World. Then, it was the Cloud Dragon Divine Traveler, Illusory Array. They finally felt that there was suspense in the competition for the Chosen One, once again. Go to hell! Demon Eye, Ultimate Strike! Originally, Mo Wushang wouldn't have been able to use this move under the pressure of his opponent. This was because he needed a long time to prepare. But this time, Ling Xiao gave him a handicap of 10 moves, giving him such a chance. At that moment, the sky changed color. The entire space turned blood red. Above the terrifying demonic eye, a thick red light continuously condensed and then suddenly shot out. In that instant, the entire stage shattered. The two contestants could only fight in the void. 10 moves have passed. You can lose now! The commotion wasn't as great as Mo Wushang's, but the effect was absolute. Ling Xiao easily reached Mo Wushang's side. The energy sword in his hand was already dripping with blood. On Mo Wushang's neck, there was an obvious wound. You'd better not move. Otherwise, next time, it won't be a simple external injury. Your head will be separated from your body. Mo Wushang refused to accept it. No one had ever been able to take 10 moves from him without getting hurt. Han Myung-ko might have been able to, but she had never tried. But now, he had no choice but to accept it. Because he didn't dare to move. The piercing pain on his neck continued. If he dared to move, Ling Xiao would really use the energy sword to cut off his head. Still not announcing the result? Ling Xiao looked at the judges and asked coldly. Head judge, I don't know what I've done to offend you, but in this kind of competition, if you cheat, the sacred dynasty will lose face. He hasn't admitted defeat. How am I supposed to announce it? The head judge's face turned red as he shouted. After all, he still cared about his reputation. Chapter 827. Mo Wushang, you're not admitting defeat? Ling Xiao looked at Mo Wushang and asked coldly. There's only a Mo Wushang who dies standing, not a Mo Wushang who admits defeat. Scram! Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Mo Wushang. He kicked Mo Wushang's face and sent his huge body flying out of the arena. Many people were stunned by this scene. After all, he looked as delicate as a baby in front of Mo Wushang. Thinking about the scene of a baby kicking an adult into the air, it was indeed quite strange. Mo Wushang collapsed outside the arena. The head judge had no choice but to announce Ling Xiao's victory. At the same time, Ling Xiao absorbed Mo Wushang's luck and began to condense his ninth cauldron. He was now second only to Han Myungkeo and had surpassed Bai Qianjiao. At that moment, the spectator stands were completely silent. They had thought that it would be an even match, with Mo Wushang having the upper hand. But in the end, it had become Ling Xiao's performance. In front of him, Mo Wushang was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This Ling Xiao is too scary. I can still understand the movement technique at the end because it's fast and mysterious. But what's going on at the beginning? Why didn't the inextinguishable dark flame attack him? I think he said something about celestial energy. 12 golden lotus arts. Yes. It's the celestial energy produced after cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. It's said that after cultivating this internal cultivation technique, whether it's true yuan or heavenly yuan, it will be completely transformed into celestial energy. It's extremely powerful. That's an ability that only a god can have. Isn't Master Lotus a god? No human has ever been able to successfully cultivate the martial arts that he created. Most people would give up after cultivating to the first or second level, while a portion of people died tragically because of cultivating this martial arts. But what's this Ling Xiao? He's a human. Why isn't he dead? Why is he so strong? It's not time yet. Didn't you hear what he said? Right now, he's only at the 5th level. The further he cultivates, the more dangerous it gets. The more he cultivates, the easier it will be for problems to arise. Sigh, I thought he could surpass the Holy Sun. Who knew that it was just a flash in the pan? Forget it, he can't surpass the Holy Sun. As long as he can reach the level of the Qin Bi Xue, it's enough. Who knows what will happen next? That's right, he might lose if he meets Qianjiao. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao still didn't have much of a fan base. Although he had relied on his own strength to rise up and attract a group of fans, there were still more people who didn't think highly of him. Even if he defeated Mo's son. However, there were still Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bi Xue, and Hong Li, who had obviously undergone a transformation. He was Shangxi, Lin, he might not even a single win. Soon, the 14th round ended. After resting for 2 hours, the 15th round began. The closer it was to the end, the more the audience was focused on it. The matches after the 10th place became a rest period. Many of the audience even used this time to go to the toilet. In the first few matches, the ones that really caught their attention were the battles between Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi, and Hong Li and Mo Wushang. After all, Fire Demon Ancestor's cultivation had reached the advanced stage of One-Line Sky. Against Hong Samadhi, he won easily without much effort. His luck naturally increased as well. The battle between Hong Li and Mo Wushang was exceptionally exciting. Just as Bai Qianjiao said, Hong Li was like a carp that had jumped through the dragon's gate. She had completely transformed into an enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. Bai Qianjiao alone was enough to fight against Mo Wushang. Not to mention the enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. In the end, Mo Wushang lost to Hongli after 200 moves. This was a huge blow to Mo Wushang. Losing to Han Myungkeo and Qin Bishua was nothing. However, losing to Ling Xiao and then to Hongli was something he simply could not accept. As a result, the upper echelons of the Heavenly King's sect did not look too good. After these two matches, the most anticipated match was the one between Long Chun and Hong Samadhi. Although Long Chun was favored, the only one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty that he had defeated was Lu Taiyin. It was very difficult for him to win. Although Hong Samadhi had lost a few matches in a row, he was actually stronger than Lu Taiyin. However, he lost this match very easily. After understanding Ling Zhao's words, Long Chun cleverly disguised the power of his golden dragon as the power of his martial soul. With this, his strength had increased tremendously. It was reasonable for him to defeat Hong Samadhi. The next match will be Ling Xiao against Bai Qianjiao. The head judge seemed to be excited. He seemed to think that Bai Qianjiao could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. In the VIP seats, the sect leader of Heavenly King's sect, Sikong Zun, and Xingdi smiled. Ling Xiao, this dark horse, really gave them a headache. Someone had to be able to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knew where this fellow's tail would end up sticking out? The audience was in an uproar. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Qin Bishua, it was because Qin Bishua had broken through to the celestial realm. If not, Qin Bishua would be the one to lose in the end. Therefore, the audience thought highly of Bai Qianjiao. As for Ling Xiao, it was needless to say. This dark horse had already defeated Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Mo Wushang, these 3 young masters. It seemed that the reputation of the 6 young masters would be completely destroyed by Ling Xiao today. Of course, to Ling Xiao, this battle was more important than the audience thought. He was a human, and Bai Qianjiao was from the Sea clan. She was a martial artist belonging to the Storm Legion. The Sea clan had never given up on destroying the human race. It had been like this since ancient times. The true Demon Emperor had almost completed this task. Now that the Storm Legion was attacking, Bai Qianjiao would undoubtedly become the frontline of the Sea clan. Therefore, he could not lose to Bai Qianjiao. Losing to a foreign race made him feel worse than losing to Han Myungkeo. Before the battle, can you answer a question for me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course. Bai Qianjiao did not refuse. What I want to ask is, if the human race and the Sea clan go to war one day, what will your choice be? Ling Xiao felt that this question was very important. You actually know about the Sea clan. As expected, you are not simple. Bai Qianjiao frowned and said coldly. Although I admire you, as a human, I am a pawn of the Storm Legion. I must prioritize the Sea clan. I will not show mercy to humans. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I also admire you. Your talent is not very good, but you can rely on your own efforts to master the blue water domain. However, in the face of righteousness, there is no room for carelessness. Come, let me see your righteousness. Bai Qianjiao took a deep breath. Since the opponent already knew her identity as a member of the Sea clan, she could completely let go. In the previous battle, she was afraid that the opponent would discover her identity. There were some moves that she did not use. Chapter 828. On the completely repaired fighting ring, a man and a woman stood 100 meters apart from each other. On the left was Ling Xiao, who was still dressed in green and looked very ordinary. However, the person under the green robe was not ordinary. He, who had defeated 3 young masters in a row, had become the most anticipated opponent to defeat Han Myungkeo. On the other side, Bai Qianjiao was dressed in white, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She slowly pulled out a sword from her storage ring. It was a slender and flexible sword. It was an immortal-grade artifact of the water attribute, and it was inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Bai Qianjiao had never used a sword in the previous battles. Even Hongli did not know that she could use a sword. Among so many opponents, only you are worthy of my sword. Bai Qianjiao showed a beautiful smile that she had never shown before. Oh? You flatter me. Qin Bixue defeated you, Ling Xiao said lightly. He suppressed me with his cultivation in the last stage. Even if I used my sword, it was useless. The gap in cultivation is still difficult to make up for, especially between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. The gap is too big. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled. In any case, he didn't need to use his cultivation to suppress Bai Qianjiao. That would be too boring, and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Bai Qianjiao stopped talking. Her bright eyes stared at Ling Xiao. All the opportunities were locked on Ling Xiao. To be honest, compared to the domineering and murderous Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao not only gave her more pressure, but also made him more difficult for her to figure out. She did not know whether Ling Xiao or Qin Bixue was stronger. But she knew one thing very well. Qin Bixue's strength was transparent, and it could be seen at a glance. However, Ling Xiao's strength had always been hazy. No one knew how strong he was. Humans' fear of the unknown came from the bottom of their hearts. It was not something that could be easily shaken off. Jade Water Sword Technique, Fury of Water. The Jade Water Sword technique originated from the Jade Water domain. Only after cultivating to a certain level would one be able to comprehend it. Therefore, Bai Qianjiao's swordsmanship was unique. In the Jade Water Divine Palace, apart from the Palace Master, there was probably no one else who could use it. Bai Qianjiao's body was as slow as water. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 10 meters. Bai Qianjiao's sword finally stabbed out for the first time. Wrapped in a strange sword intent, the entire air instantly became turbulent. It was as if a raging sea had been stirred up with monstrous waves. As for the ray of light in the turbulent waves, it was the terrifying sword light. She had borrowed the power of the sea to greatly increase the artistic conception and power of the swordsmanship. Below the stage, Hong Li's eyes lit up. She thought that Ling Xiao was really powerful. He had actually forced her senior sister to use her true unique skill. Not only that, but everything about Bai Qianjiao seemed to have improved further. It was as if all of these had descended on her in order to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Yao's face was still indifferent. There was no sword in his hand. The sword in his heart had already taken shape. His fingertips emitted an astonishing aura. A qi sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a flashing viper shooting out of a dark cave. As if it had been calculated, it accurately stabbed Bai Qianjiao's sword. In terms of seeing through weaknesses, Ling Xiao was much better than Bai Qianjiao. Whether it was the power of the sea or the sword intent, it could not change Ling Xiao's strong will and flexible skills. The world of mountains and rivers was eternal. Even if it fell, it could be reborn. It seemed to be an existence that was more eternal than heaven and earth. Clang! The qi sword collided with the treasure sword. The powerful divine essence burst out with astonishing sparks, as bright as the stars in the night. Buzz! Ah, it hurts, my ears hurt! In the audience, a Heaven Pulse martial artist suddenly held his ears and exclaimed. At this time, his ears seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. That kind of pain really caused him to be endlessly terrified. Me too, what's going on? It should be the sword intent. It's definitely the effect of the sword intent. Both of them use swords, and the sword intent is very strong. Even if there is a protective array, it still makes people feel uncomfortable. Humph, those who are not strong enough should stay away. Don't be deaf and blind. A celestial realm martial artist snorted coldly. Although it seemed that he was not affected at all, in fact, he was not. His ears were fine, but his body trembled violently. It was as if a terrifying chill had rushed into his body, causing him to feel cold all over. Both of them are skill-based swordsmen. Every strike they make is focused on concentrating their energy into a single point to achieve the most powerful attack. This is the so-called unconventional way of swordsmanship. People who use swords often pursue the pinnacle of attacks. The one who spoke was a Grotto Heaven Realm judge. He was also a sword user, so he naturally knew best. Humph, I didn't expect this shameless kid to have some skills. The head judge snorted coldly, his eyes filled with complexity. He guessed that the sage emperor had said something bad about Ling Xiao in front of him. Otherwise, why would he suddenly hate Ling Xiao so much when he was looking forward to it? While the crowd was discussing animatedly, the battle on the martial arts stage had already entered the exciting stage of exchanging blows. Ding 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 ding, sword light came and went. The sword wind danced like thunder. On the stage, ear-piercing sounds of collisions constantly rang out. The terrifying sound and power overflowed, causing cracks to appear on the protective wall. As for the stage, it was once again covered in scars. This martial arts stage is really no good. In the next competition, I must use better materials and set up a stronger array. Otherwise, the martial arts stage will be destroyed as soon as the competition starts. How can I continue then? Of course, the tournament could continue. Anyway, the area of the stage was fixed. There was no stage to stand on, so the two of them could fight in midair. As long as one reached the level of a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist, even if they could not fly, they could still float in midair for a period of time. Jade Water Sword Technique, Song of Water. Her continuous attacks were easily resolved by Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao frowned even more. She had no choice but to retreat suddenly and change her move. The sword technique that was originally angry suddenly became cheerful. However, in this cheerfulness, there was a terrifying killing intent. It was like the song of a sword. Rings after rings of sword light appeared in the air, weaving into a battle melody. Then, all of them pounced on Ling Xiao. Boom! The sword light that intertwined with the song was completely destroyed. It was completely destroyed by a huge sword that was condensed with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao finally used the Hell Dragon Sword. After destroying Bai Qianjiao's attack, the Hell Dragon Sword shot towards Bai Qianjiao with unstoppable momentum. Ling Xiao's counterattack had finally begun. Previously, he had only defended and not counterattacked because he wanted to gain some experience from Bai Qianjiao's sword technique. However, he could not keep defending passively. There had to be a winner. Chapter 829. The Hell Dragon Sword, condensed with 40% heaven elemental energy, carried the power of thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Bai Qianjiao with a roar. How can he be so strong? Bai Qianjiao's face turned pale. Run! Because she was a sword expert, she knew clearly that she couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if she used her full strength, it would be useless. Too fast. Too strong. It was as if the ancient Hell Dragon had come back to life. She would have nightmares during the day. 60% sword intent, lone peak kill. While using the Jade Water Realm, Bai Qianjiao retreated desperately. Her slippery body technique increased in speed. In the audience, many people didn't understand why Bai Qianjiao retreated. But the powerful people knew that if they didn't retreat, they would be defeated. Pucci. In the end, she couldn't dodge Ling Xiao's attack. Bai Qianjiao's shoulder was sliced off a layer of flesh that was 3 inches thick. Even her bones were cut open. Ling Xiao stopped and smiled. You are indeed powerful. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the power of my attack. They would definitely choose to meet force with force. The result would be very tragic. Perhaps you are worthy of my sword. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Overflow Rain Sword. Every sword corresponded to a type of celestial energy. When using the same martial skill, it would produce a completely different effect. Ling Xiao chose the Overflow Rain Sword because it was the most powerful for the sword soul doppelganger of the Shadow Sword technique. Bai Qianjiao's body technique was very powerful. Especially after using the Jade Water Realm, it was very difficult to attack her. But if the sword soul doppelganger's power increased, Ling Xiao would be able to encircle Bai Qianjiao. At that time, no matter how good her body technique was, it would be meaningless. Bai Qianjiao frowned. The injury on her shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was indeed not human. Humans did not have such a powerful talent, unless they cultivated some special martial arts, or reached a certain level of cultivation. Bai Qianjiao had not used any martial arts earlier, and her cultivation had not even broken through to the celestial realm. So, the only explanation was that she had a talent for self-healing. Is this your sword technique? Terrifying indeed. But if that's all you've got, you won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qianjiao looked at Ling Xiao. Although she was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, it was not enough to make her despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Is that so? Your ability had better match your confidence. Otherwise, Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi and Mo Wushang would be your role models. Come on, don't hold back. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have any chance to show it. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of Bai Qianjiao. His failure to defeat Bai Qianjiao with the Hell Dragon sword was indeed unexpected. But that was because he had suppressed his cultivation and did not use his sword. Next, with the Overflow Rain sword in hand, the battle had just begun. Jade Water Sword Technique, Mirror of Water. Bai Qianjiao's injuries had mostly recovered in a short period of time. Although many martial artists suspected that she was not human. So what if she was not human? Back then, the human king's goal was for all races to live in harmony and coexist peacefully. It was not strange for some humans to awaken their ancestral bloodline. At this moment, Bai Qianjiao had already launched another attack. The power of this sword was clearly stronger than the previous two moves. Within the mirror-like jade water domain, countless sharp sword chi actually appeared and shot out crazily. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword, Sunrise Sword Radiance! The sun was high in the sky, and the sword radiance was like golden sunlight shooting down. No matter how many sword radiances Bai Qianjiao had, they were all blocked by the sun-like sword radiance and destroyed. Standing there, Ling Xiao held the Overflow Rain sword in his right hand and the Heavenly Pulse Chi sword in his left hand. He was like a god, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. Crackle! No matter what technique. No matter what trick. In short, in the face of great power, everything became meaningless. Perhaps this mirror of water could threaten many people. Even the Qin Bishua might not be able to block it easily. But it was useless against Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao seemed to understand this as well, which was why, after releasing the mirror of water, she actually used the water flow as a cover to unleash an astonishing movement technique, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Bai Qianjiao's sword was easily blocked by Ling Xiao's Overflow Rain sword. Not only that, the Overflow Rain sword in Ling Xiao's hand shook slightly. It slid past Bai Qianjiao's sword and attacked Bai Qianjiao's slender hand. Bai Qianjiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao was indeed as difficult to deal with and as unpredictable as she had imagined. She could not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts and attack methods at all. Every time she felt that she could hurt him, she realized that she was the one in danger. Bai Qianjiao retreated rapidly again. I'm tired of it. Your moves are beautiful, but they are meaningless to me. So let's end this battle. As she retreated, Ling Xiao's ghostly voice sounded in Bai Qianjiao's ears. Then, she saw a sword flash past. Her protective heavenly essence energy was completely shattered, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Pfft! Bai Qianjiao spat out a mouthful of blood when she landed. Only then did she realize that she had landed outside the arena. Ling Xiao said it was over, and it was over. She did not have any chance to turn the situation around. I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Qin Bishua is definitely not your match, and neither is Haim Miankeo. It seems like you, the Dark Horse, will be the Dark Horse to the end today. Bai Qianjiao's words were very loud and clear. There was not a single person present who was unable to hear them. You flatter me. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, his luck was infinitely close to Haim Miankeo's. He was very close to the 9th cauldron's complete formation. However, because of Bai Qianjiao's words, the audience was in chaos. What? Bai Qianjiao said that Ling Xiao is more powerful than Qin Bixue and Han Miankeo? How is that possible? Qin Bixue has been promoted to the celestial being realm, and the Holy Sun, Han Miankeo, is at the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven. Ling Xiao can't make up for this advantage in cultivation. Is Ling Xiao's cultivation also in the celestial being realm? That's impossible. So far, you've seen that all his moves and attacks are at the level of a celestial being realm martial artist. If he's in the celestial being realm, would he need to spend so much effort? It's hard to say. Ling Xiao has now defeated 4 childs. The remaining 2 are Han Miankeo and Lu Taiyin. There's no doubt about his strength. TSK, Lu Taiyin is definitely no match for Ling Xiao. Doesn't that mean that 5 of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty have been defeated by him? This guy is really dark. I don't know if he can be so dark that he can even defeat the Holy Sun. In the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao had created a real miracle today. Chapter 830. Among the 20 geniuses, only the Holy Sun Han Miankeo, Qin Bixue, Hongli, and Lu Taiyin had yet to fight with Ling Xiao. Lu Taiyin was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would be the miraculous existence who defeated the 5 young masters of the sacred dynasty by himself. Even if he lost to Han Miankeo, Qin Bixue, or even Hongli, it wouldn't be a big deal. Because he had already proven himself. He would definitely be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace didn't look too good. She couldn't accept losing to a human. If she had lost to the Holy Sun Han Miankeo, she would have let it go. Even if she had lost to Qin Bixue, a warrior who had advanced to the celestial realm, she could barely suppress her anger. However, losing to Ling Xiao, an opponent of the same realm, was something she really couldn't bear. When we go back, throw Bai Qianjiao into the cold pool. If she can't break through to the celestial realm, she can't come out. And Hongli, if you can't defeat Ling Xiao, you can accompany your senior sister Bai Qianjiao. After all, the palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace couldn't deal with Ling Xiao personally, so she could only warn Hongli to defeat Ling Xiao in the next battle. In this way, she might be able to save some face for the Aquamarine Divine Palace. Hey, this kid is really strong. The next battle is going to be interesting. But Bai Qianjiao actually said that this kid is stronger than me? What a joke! Qin Bixue was originally interested in Ling Xiao. Now that she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao, her interest was greatly piqued. You'd better not lose before I fight you. Otherwise, I'll be too disappointed. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao was the highlight of the 15 rounds. In the following battle, the audience kept discussing this battle. Of course, this was also because the battle between the Holy Sun, Han Miankeo, and Fire Devil Venerable was too boring. That fella, Fire Demon Supremacy, actually chose to admit defeat. The battle that the audience had been looking forward to ended without a conclusion. After the 15th round ended, all the martial artists had a meal and rested for a relatively long time. Then, the 16th round officially began. The first match was particularly interesting. The 2 opponents were Mo Wushang and Long Qun. In this battle, many people had thought that Long Qun wouldn't be young noble Missouri Wushang's match. It was estimated that he would be able to end the battle within 10 moves. After all, even though Mo Wushang had lost to Han Miankeo, Ling Xiao, and Qin Bixue, he had never lost to anyone else. And it didn't seem to be particularly difficult to win. However, after the battle started, Long Chen's performance was extremely shocking. A golden dragon materialized behind him, and its terrifying combat prowess and defensive prowess gave the Qin Bixue a headache. Not to mention ending the battle within 10 moves. The 2 fought for 200 moves. In the end, either Mo Wushang nor Long Chen could hurt each other, and the head judge declared it a draw. It couldn't be helped. Mo Wushang's illusions were too powerful, and Long Chen's defensive prowess combined with Dragon's aura allowed him to completely ignore Mo Wushang's illusions. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if the 2 of them wanted to end the battle, it would take at least 500 moves. Mo Wushang was probably better than Long Qin. After all, he was a veteran and had much more experience than Long Qin. It was a pity that the prodigy battle required a victor to be decided within 300 moves. Because of this, it could only be considered a draw. After all, if the battle went on for too long, the audience would get tired. In the following battles, the two people who received the most attention were naturally Ling Xiao and Haim Myungkeo. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's opponent was Lu Taiyin. Although his opponent didn't admit defeat, Ling Xiao easily won with his Hell Dragon sword. Without any suspense, he had achieved the legend of defeating 5 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. This story would probably spread throughout the entire Heavenly Dragon continent sooner or later. Haim Myungkeo's opponent was Bai Qianjiao. This was a battle between two strong opponents. After the battle between Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, not only did her Jade Water Sword technique improve, but her cultivation also finally broke through the shackles and broke through to the one-line sky early stage. These geniuses had already reached the limit of the transcendent realm, and all they needed was an opportunity. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Ling Xiao, she also benefited a lot. But even so, she still didn't have a chance of winning against Haim Myungkeo. In the battle arena, Bai Qianjiao could be considered to have given it her all. She didn't choose to admit defeat like Fire Demon Commander. Instead, she wanted to fully display her Jade Water Sword technique. She had to leave a scar on Haim Myungkeo's body. However, the battle didn't develop in the direction she wanted. The only reason was that Haim Myungkeo was too strong. No matter what sword technique Bai Qianji used, Haim Myungkeo always only had one punch. And it was the most ordinary divine ancestor's long fist. The terrifying power directly deformed the protective wall of the battle arena. If the protective wall hadn't been strengthened by the chief judge and the others, it would have been completely destroyed. Just how powerful is this attack? Even the defensive wall can't withstand it. In the stands, countless people were exclaiming in their hearts. The previous attacks of those people merely broke through the martial arts platform, but this defensive wall is much tougher than the martial arts platform. It's close to the defense of a martial arts practitioner at the peak of the yin and yang heavenly peak. Yet it was actually deformed. Why do I feel like there's no hope? Yeah, the Holy Sun is so much stronger than the others. They're not even on the same level. Even Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning in front of her. I feel the same way. Every time the Holy Sun attacks, I feel like I'm in despair. This is definitely not the full strength of the Holy Sun. How can her martial skill be only a broken gold-grade martial skill like Divine Ancestor's long fist? That's right. If she attacks with all her strength, I'm afraid my protective wall will be destroyed. Not only were the audience surprised, but all the young dancers except Ling Xiao were also shocked. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were very proud. With such a senior sister, they would have many more opportunities. After all, as long as Haim Myungkeo obtained the luck of the 9 cauldrons, the luck of the Heavenly King's sect would be greatly improved. As long as one was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, he would be able to benefit from it. It's time to end it, Bai Qianjiao. Although you're powerful, you're still far from me. Haim Myungkeo and Bai Qianjiao fought for a few rounds. It was like playing a game. The last punch ended the battle. Bai Qianjiao was beaten until she couldn't stand up. She had to admit defeat. It started with a punch. It ended with a punch. It was so domineering that it was amazing. This was the Holy Sun, considered the strongest of the young generation. Alas, I'm no match for you. Bai Qianjiao sighed and said. But even if you can defeat me, you might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. You'll never know how terrifying he is until you fight him. What a joke! Haim Myungkeo sneered and said. Ling Xiao is nothing. Chapter 831. Haim Myungkeo sneered and said, Then watch carefully how I defeat him. To tell you the truth, my goal is no longer on the Heavenly Dragon continent. I want to become the Chosen One and leave the Heavenly Dragon continent for the more powerful Divine Phoenix continent. I want to learn better martial arts and spar with stronger geniuses. That way, I can grow faster. La, she wasn't spouting nonsense. Among the 13 continents in the mystic world, the heavenly dragon continent was not only the weakest in terms of strength, but it also had the worst cultivation conditions. Haim Myeonkeo felt that there was nothing on this continent that she wanted. Naturally, she wanted to go to the more powerful divine phoenix continent. Is that so? Then I look forward to the pinnacle battle between you and Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao or Haim Myeonkeo was stronger. Both of them gave her the feeling that they were undefeatable and mysterious. Pinnacle battle? You think too highly of him. Don't worry, I'll make sure this battle ends quickly. Haim Myeonkeo's words were full of disdain and confidence. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. She just smiled and walked down the stage. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, Haim Myeonkeo's ninth cauldron was 90% condensed. She was only 10% away from perfection. After Haim Myeonkeo and Bai Qianjiao's battle ended, the Qin Bishue encountered the Flame Demon Ancestor. This time, the Flame Demon Ancestor didn't admit defeat. However, in front of the Qin Bishue's powerful strength, he was forced to retreat and finally lost. Damn it! How can these young people be so strong? Looks like I have to take action personally. In the audience stands, Emperor Demiflame was horrified. When he admitted defeat previously, it could only be said that he was following his own plan. However, this time, he had lost to the Qin Bishue. He was very unhappy. However, there was no point in being unhappy. A loss was a loss. In the end, he had still underestimated the strength of a top genius. The 16 rounds of competition ended quickly. After the break, the 17th round began. The first match was between Ling Xiao and Hong Li. I want to avenge senior sister. As soon as Hong Li got on the stage, she did not say anything. She immediately launched an astonishing attack in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao for her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao. For a moment, he seemed to have suppressed Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity that this advantage only lasted for less than 10 moves before he was sent flying out of the stage by Ling Xiao's sudden burst of sword light. Although you have indeed become stronger than before, you are still nothing in front of me. After defeating Hong Li, Ling Xiao's luck had reached 70% of the 9th cauldrons. He was really close to catching up to Haim Myeonkeo. However, perhaps because Ling Xiao's previous performance was too shocking, this time, defeating Hong Li did not cause too much of a stir. Only the palace lord of the Aquamarine Sacred Palace was so angry that his face was ashen. If we want to rule over the human race, such a genius must be eliminated. After Ling Xiao easily defeated Hong Li, Long Chen faced the Qin Bishue. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Long Chen had faced after Ling Xiao. After all, he had forfeited his battle with Haim Myeonkeo. Although Long Chen worked very hard, after 100 moves, the Qin Bishue relied on the advantage of the cultivation of the celestial realm to completely defeat this troublesome guy. After that, it was Mo Wushang against Bai Qianjiao. Mo Wushang lost to Haim Myeonkeo, Ling Xiao, and the Qin Bishue. Bai Qianjiao also lost to these 3 people. Thus, the battle between the two of them had attracted the attention of many people. However, Bai Qianjiao's cultivation had broken through after her battle with Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, she was much stronger than Mo Wushang. Therefore, in this battle, although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was indeed powerful, he was able to last nearly 200 moves in front of a celestial realm opponent. However, in the end, he was defeated. In the last match of the 17th round, Haim Myeonkeo faced Hong Li. There was no suspense in this battle. Haim Myeonkeo's strength made Hong Li feel suffocated. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hong Li in 10 moves, Haim Myeonkeo defeated Hong Li in 3 moves. She wanted to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although she said that she didn't care about Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but take Ling Xiao's strength seriously. Sigh, now it seems that Ling Xiao is no match for Holy Sun. It can be seen from the result of their battle with Hong Li. The next round will either be Ling Xiao against Holy Sun or Ling Xiao against Qin Bishue. Anyway, there are only 2 rounds left. We'll soon know who's stronger and who's weaker. I think it will be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Qin Bixue. Yeah, Qin Bixue only lost to Holy Sun once and won all the other matches. Even against a dark horse like Fire Devil Supremacy, it wasn't difficult for her to win. She's a true genius. After the break, the 18th round officially began. This was the second last round of the competition. The final round of the martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. At present, Haim Myungkeo ranked first in terms of points and luck. Ling Xiao ranked second. Qin Bixue ranked third. After that, Bai Qianjiao, Mo Wushang, and Long Chen ranked third. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lan Yue had no hope of becoming one of the 6 young masters. However, she had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. This had already exceeded her original expectations. This round of the competition hadn't started yet, but the audience was already boiling. This was because the battle for the top 3 would be decided in this round. Ling Xiao only had 2 opponents left. One was Qin Bixue and the other was Haim Myungkeo. No matter who he faced, it would be a classic battle. It was exciting. While the audience was in full swing, the competition went on in an orderly manner. Long Chen defeated Hong Li, and secured his spot as one of the 6 young masters. Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao also defeated their opponents and secured their spots. Lan Yue also defeated her opponent. Her opponent was Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King sect. Dao Wuming was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Lan Yue, let alone Ling Xiao. His face was so ugly that it was unbearable. Next, Ling Xiao versus Qin Bixue. As the head judge's voice rang out, the audience burst into cheers. Because the audience liked this arrangement. If Ling Xiao encountered the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo, too early, it wouldn't be good. At this point in the competition, the 6 young masters had basically been decided. However, the second and third place were still unclear. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't met Qin Bixue yet. As for the first place, most people thought that it belonged to Haim Myungkeo. No one could take it away. Of course, there was another reason why people were looking forward to this battle. Many people wanted to know if Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. If he defeated Qin Bixue, it would be interesting. However, if he lost to Qin Bixue, there would be no suspense. After all, Qin Bixue lost to Haim Myungkeo. If he couldn't even defeat Qin Bixue, how could he defeat the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo? Chapter 832. The Qin Bixue obviously attached great importance to this battle. He unsheathed his blood saber and turned into a red light that swept onto the stage. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit was very similar to the one he had when he fought the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao still walked slowly onto the stage as if this battle was insignificant to him. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel anything in the face of the Qin Bixue's soaring killing intent and terrifying saber intent. His face was as indifferent as ever. He was dressed in a green robe and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that came from the horizon. He was calm and unfathomable. I didn't expect that a small Yuehua school would have such a character like you. What a surprise! The Qin Bixue's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, and his saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. He stood there like a demonic blade covered in blood, causing people to shudder. You're not bad either, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ha ha ha, you're crazy. It's a pity that I, the Qin Bixue, hate arrogant people like you the most. You're not qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. Let me completely destroy your will in this battle. The Qin Bixue laughed loudly. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, Don't be so loud. It's too noisy. Since you're so willing to be Haim Myungkeo's dog, you'll have to defeat me first. Facing the Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao directly unsheathed his sword. The Qin Bixue was very strong, and his cultivation was already at the early stage of the One-Line Sky realm. If Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his cultivation and wanted to defeat him with the strength of a heavenly pulse warrior, he had to unsheath his sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. This time, Ling Xiao used the Fury Wind Sword. The Qin Bixue was very fast. The Fury Wind Sword and Wind Celestial phenomenon pursued the same extreme speed. It was just right to deal with the Qin Bixue. Blood Blade Sutra, massacre in all directions. Qin Bixue did not waste any more time. He channeled his heavenly essence force and slashed down with his blood saber. For terrifying blood saber chi shot towards Ling Xiao. In the void, a sword light flashed like an inconspicuous meteor. It turned out that Ling Xiao had attacked almost at the same time. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the power of the Fury Wind Sword skill, Fury Wind Shuttle, also increased substantially. The terrifying shuttle directly penetrated the bloody saber chi of the Qin Bixue, shattering and disintegrating them. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His speed was faster than the Qin Bixue. After Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, he also rushed out. The sword light instantly approached the Qin Bixue. This sword actually transformed into 13 human-shaped sword chis. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadow of a sword demon had appeared out of nowhere. This was the advent of the sword demon. It was 10 times more terrifying than the raging wind shuttle. What's going on? Many people in the audience did not understand what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Bixue's cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's, so he should have the upper hand. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had the complete upper hand in this battle. Ling Gao's terrifying sword strike had already made Qin Bixue extremely uncomfortable. One human-shaped sword chi was already enough to make Qin Bixue vomit blood. 13 human-shaped sword chi was simply killing him. At this moment, Qin Bixue finally understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was not that Bai Qianjia was too weak, nor was it that Mo Wushang was too weak. It was that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Every move he made had an unstoppable effect. This was the immense pressure brought about by the mountain river intent. Blood Saber Transformation! At this critical moment, Qin Bixue did not dare to hold back. The heavenly yuan energy in his body erupted like a volcano. His entire body was instantly covered by a ferocious armor. He had originally planned to defeat Ling Xiao without using the Blood Saber transformation. However, he had clearly miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Buzz! The human-shaped sword chi was blocked by the terrifying blood light. However, it was unable to completely block it. In the end, one of Ling Xiao's sword chi pierced Qin Bixue's body. Get lost! Qin Bixue let out a shocking roar. His hands turned into sharp blades and blasted out. This attack collided with Ling Xiao's raging wind sword's human-shaped sword chi. The human-shaped sword chi collapsed instantly. Ling Xiao's body gently bounced up and then flew back and landed on the ground. Looking at Qin Bixue, she was really in a sorry state. On her chest, there was a bloody wound. Even with the transformation of the blood blade, it couldn't stop Ling Xiao's sword from hitting its target. All it did was reduce the damage. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's sword would have pierced through Qin Bixue's chest. Fortunately, he had entered the blood saber transformation state in time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He might even have been seriously injured. Countless spectators fell into a daze when they saw the scene on the stage. Am I hallucinating? Ling Xiao injured Qin Bixue in one move? You're right. That's the truth. Oh my God! Ling Xiao is just a heavenly pulse martial artist. He can actually challenge a celestial realm master? Only Mo Wushang and the Holy Sun can do this. What's more, those two were facing ordinary celestial realm martial artists. Ling Xiao is facing a peerless genius. Maybe we've all been wrong. Ling Xiao hasn't shown his full strength. All his previous battles were just for fun. Before, in everyone's mind, Ling Xiao was more mysterious and kept winning. In other aspects, including cultivation and aura, he seemed to be inferior to Qin Bixue. In this battle, Qin Bixue should be suppressing Ling Xiao. However, the battle had just begun, and Ling Xiao had let these people slap their own faces. One sword shocking the heavens. Everyone looked at him in a new light. Qin Bixue was like an injured king of beasts. His eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. He roared angrily. Ling Xiao! You Hua schoolboy, puny transcendent realm martial artist, you've really pissed me off. Now I'll let you know what it means to be a killing god and what it means to be afraid. Qin Bixue, who had entered the transformed state, was nearly twice as strong as before. Blood-red lightning began to roar all over his body. Then, these lightning bolts condensed into a huge saber of blood-red lightning. Blood Thunder Mad Dance. Die, Ling Xiao. After reaching the celestial realm, Qin Bixue entered the blood-red saber transformation state for the first time. It was also the first time he used the Blood Thunder Mad Dance in this state. The protective wall around the fighting ring began to distort and deform, as if it was being torn apart by some kind of force. The huge blood-red saber suddenly flew out and fell from midair with a terrifying momentum. Accompanied by the dancing blood-red lightning, it stabbed toward Ling Xiao, who was on the ground. I'm doomed to die if I face this move. Bai Qianjiao shook her head with a wry smile and said to Hong Li next to her. I didn't expect Qin Bixue to be so powerful after reaching the celestial realm. This move should be able to hurt Haim Myunkeo. Ling Xiao can't escape unscathed. Although Hong Li didn't like Ling Xiao, she was right to praise Qin Bixue. Chapter 833. At this time, Qin Bixue was much stronger than when he faced Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and even Haim Myunkeo. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. This was the huge difference between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was still as indifferent as ever, as if he had turned a blind eye to Qin Bixue's strength. Qin Bixue shouted as he used his killing move. Ling Xiao! You're very strong, which I didn't expect. But now, you won't be able to touch a single hair of mine. I'm going to use this move to defeat you completely. Boom! The terrifying blood thunder bombarded the battle stage. The battle stage, which had been repaired again, couldn't withstand the attack of the violent thunder. Countless zigzagging cracks appeared on it, and there were still flashes of lightning inside. Puff! The protective wall was finally pierced through. The referees didn't dare to be negligent, and repaired it again. It couldn't be helped. No one had expected that such a powerful and outstanding young cultivator would appear in this year's martial arts festival final. Although there was still a gap between him and Yu Xianwei and Ji Fuling in the past. However, this level of strength was still shocking. Below the stage, countless young cultivators of the same age as Qin Bixue showed helpless and depressed expressions. They didn't expect Qin Bixue to be so terrifying after advancing to the celestial realm. He was like a demon king with the blood thunder wild saber. He really didn't use his full strength when he fought me. Longchen smiled bitterly. He had lost to Qin Bixue before, but he didn't lose miserably. It should be said that they were evenly matched on the surface. However, from the looks of it, Qin Bixue had obviously concealed her true strength when she fought with him. Otherwise, she would have won within 10 moves. The domineering Qin Bixue floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao with a domineering smile. Ling Xiao, admit defeat. You have no chance against this move of mine. I, Qin Bixue, am the only one below the Holy Sun. You're right. You're the first person after the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to dodge the blood lightning bolts falling from the sky. He even had the time to chat with Qin Bixue. But I'm stronger than the Holy Sun. Haim Myunkeo is not as good as me. F***ck, is there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Now that he's facing Qin Bixue, he seems to be at a disadvantage. How dare he say that he's stronger than the saint? I think so too. Unless he's still hiding his true strength, he will lose sooner or later. The situation in the ring was simple. Qin Bixue was launching a killer move, and Ling Xiao was, desperately, dodging and running away. It was no wonder that the audience doubted Ling Xiao's strength. Even the Yuhua School students, including Golden Light Celestial Master, Heavenly Eye Celestial Master, and Wang Han Tianzuan, were worried. At this point, Ling Xiao had already done enough. Even if he lost to a powerful opponent like Qin Bixue, it was not shameful. Their only hope was that Ling Xiao would not try to be brave and get himself seriously injured. That would not be worth it. However, Lan Yue, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao were not worried at all. Instead, they were full of excitement. Because they believed that Ling Xiao was much stronger than Qin Bixue. Humph, it seems that I have to enter the humanoid dragon form. Otherwise, I won't be a match for Qin Bixue. Ling Xiao curled his lips. While he was dodging, a clear dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a golden light pierced through the blood lightning. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, had entered the humanoid dragon form. Well, I'll use the 10th form. The strength of a heavenly pulse martial artist is still too far away from that of a celestial being. I can't be careless. Ling Xiao would never underestimate Qin Bixue, so he directly entered the 10th humanoid dragon form. A terrifying aura was released in an instant. It bounced back the dancing blood lightning and then shattered it. What? Qin Bixue was obviously shocked. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the bounced attacks. He was surprised because he did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the transformation at this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. In the stands, the Blood Blade Sex Master was shocked. He stared at Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to see through this young man. Is this all you've got? Qin Bixue asked sharply after dodging Ling Xiao's counterattack. Well, you can say that. You can say that? The audience could not help but curse in their hearts. How powerful is this guy? What else is he hiding? Bastard, show me what you've got now. Otherwise, you won't have any more chances. Qin Bixue was extremely angry. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him and did not use all of his strength when fighting with him. He could not accept this. Actually, I was the one who wanted to say this to you. Ling Xiao, who had entered the 10th humanoid dragon form, clearly felt that Qin Bixue's aura was suppressed by him. Is this the majesty of the Dragon Clan? It's really terrifying. Arrogant. Qin Bixue no longer had anything to hide. He had displayed all of his strength, so his next attack could only be a repeat of the previous moves. Qin Bixue was getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and say, I'm so disappointed. Since you don't have any other killing moves, I don't need to use more powerful moves to deal with you. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Demon Descents. It was the same move, but the power was twice as strong. This was the effect of the humanoid dragon form. Qin Bixue could only watch helplessly as the 13 human-shaped sword cheese continuously collided against his body. Once. Twice. Finally, on the 9th time, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Qin Bixue had lost before the 13 humanoid sword cheese were completely released. Everything happened so suddenly. Many of the audience felt that it was a bit surreal. Ling Xiao, who was being chased around by Qin Bixue, defeated Qin Bixue with one move. Ling Xiao won and absorbed Qin Bixue's luck. His 9th cauldron had also increased from 70% to 90%, which was exactly the same as Haim Myongkos. Bastard, how dare you steal my luck! Qin Bixue roared madly at the stage, and even wanted to rush up to the stage. If you dare come up, I'll kill you! Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. He was not joking at all. Qin Bixue thought of Jian Wuji's death that night and felt a strong chill in his heart. He suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps and said to Ling Xiao, Don't think that you can challenge the Holy Sun just because you defeated me. You're nothing in front of her. Is that so? You don't have to worry about that. When I defeat him, you'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Chapter 834. Ling Xiao had never been nice to a spineless guy like Qin Bixue. In fact, Qin Bixue's aptitude was not inferior to the Holy Sun. Even if he lost today, he still had a chance to surpass him in the future. However, this guy was completely willing to be the Holy Sun's dog. It was really disgusting. After Ling Xiao defeated Qin Bixue, the audience lost interest in the other matches. The only thing they wanted to see was the battle between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo. As the 18th round of the competition was still going on, many people became restless. Until the last round began, the audience was still very anxious. However, the referees seemed to be deliberately against the audience, and put the battle between Ling Xiao and Haim Myungkeo to the last match. Now, except for the first and second place, the rest of the rankings were clear. Qin Bixue was third. Bai Qianjia was fourth. Mo Wushang was fifth. Long Chen was sixth. Together with Haim Myungkeo and Ling Xiao, they were the new 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Lan Yu was lucky to get 9th place. Although it was not easy, she was still in the top 10. This made the people of Yuhua School very excited. Celestial Master Golden Light could not help but cry. Ling Xiao should be second. However, in this martial arts festival, our Yuhua School has been in the limelight. Ling Xiao is second, Lan Yu is 9th, Dai Yuling is 24th, and Ling Xiao is 52nd. They have taken up 4 spots in the top 100. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye sighed. Yes, it would be great if Ling Xiao could defeat Haim Myungkeo. Wang Hantianzuan was still a little ambitious. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. You've all seen Haim Myungkeo's battle before. She's so powerful that she's completely above the others. It's simply wishful thinking to want to defeat her. Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Eye shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I am very confident in Ling Xiao, it is indeed too difficult for him to defeat Haim Myungkeo. Golden Light Heavenly Master felt the same way. No matter how worried they were, there was only one battle left in the finals of the martial arts festival. On one side was Ling Xiao, and on the other was Haim Myungkeo. Ling Xiao was the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts festival. He had defeated all his opponents and maintained a winning streak. His record was exactly the same as Haim Myungkeo's. His points were exactly the same, and even his luck was exactly the same. It was as if his strength could never be seen through, as if it was always hidden. Every battle would give people a surprise, an unexpected surprise. When people thought he couldn't win, he would show amazing and terrifying strength. Even Qin Bixue, who was at the One-Line Sky Realm, was defeated by Ling Xiao. This was too surprising. As for the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo, there was no need for too much introduction. She had won first place in the last martial arts festival and was the head of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty. No matter who she faced, she would easily win. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, which made everyone look at her with new eyes. Before this battle, Your Highness Holy Sun, shouldn't you tell me about our bet first? Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to get on the stage. Anyway, the martial arts platform was still under heavy maintenance. Even if he wanted to get on the stage now, he couldn't. Bet? What bet? The audience was a little confused. Ling Xiao was just a disciple of the Yuhua school, while the Holy Sun was going to inherit the throne of Holy Emperor. What kind of bet was there between them? Few people knew about it. After all, this bet was only between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun. Back in the Yuhua sect, not many people knew about it. Ling Xiao had to let more people know about it. Otherwise, if Haim Myungkeo refused to admit her loss, he wouldn't be able to say anything. I didn't expect you to admit your bet. I thought you were too scared to mention it. Haim Myungkeo sneered and then stood up from her seat. She said loudly, My bet with Ling Xiao is very simple. If he loses, he will be interrogated by Holy Emperor in public, pay the price for killing a disciple of the swordsman sect, and become my slave for life. Ling Xiao continued, If the Holy Sun loses, the sacred dynasty will no longer interfere in the affairs of the swordsman sect, and the Holy Sun will be my slave. Although I don't like this kind of maidservant, one more won't make a difference. What? When the contents of the bet were revealed, everyone present was shocked. This was too bold, wasn't it? Regardless of who won or lost, Ling Xiao dared to make such a bet with the Holy Sun. He didn't take the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the heavenly king's sect seriously at all. In the audience stand, countless disciples of the Heavenly King's sect looked angrily at the cyan-robed young man near the martial arts platform. They were still unfamiliar with Ling Xiao. But now that the martial arts festival had begun, they were no longer unfamiliar with him. He was the biggest dark horse of this year's martial arts festival. Who dared to look down on him? Of course, at the beginning of the competition, most people mentioned this name with disdain and mockery. What could a mere disciple of the Yuehua school, a disciple of a sect ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects, be capable of? He dared to provoke the core disciple of their sect, Dao Wuming. But now, they were no longer disdainful and mocking. Instead, they were angry and jealous. Who was the Holy Sun? After it was announced that she was a girl, she was not only the unattainable Holy Sun, but also the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the 12 sects. Usually, most disciples of the Heavenly King's sect didn't have the chance to interact with the Holy Sun, not only because of the Holy Sun's arrogance and indifference. It was also because she was the noblest person on the Tianlong continent. But this girl, who they had difficulty interacting with, had now made a bet with Ling Xiao. If she lost, she would become Ling Xiao's servant. Just thinking about it made them jealous. Although this kind of jealousy was a little strange and abnormal. Because of this, almost all the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect had a very bad impression of Ling Xiao. When talking about this person, they were extremely sarcastic and critical. It was as if they wouldn't give up until they made Ling Xiao worthless. They really didn't know if Ling Xiao had stolen their wives or slept with their daughters. Facing the disdain and anger of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm and composed smile. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the other sects secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. Not only did Ling Xiao surpass all the difficulties to reach the end of the martial arts festival, but he also satisfied the blasphemy in their hearts towards the Holy Sun. He's simply a role model for our generation. He even dared to flirt with the Holy Sun. Amazing, amazing! In particular, some of the lectures in the sect seemed to have thought of something from the bet, and laughed very strangely. Hai Myungkeo looked at Ling Xiao, who was not far away. She hated this person to the extreme. The bet has been announced to the world, and the battle stage has basically been repaired. Can we start the battle next? Hai Myungkeo said to Ling Xiao. Chapter 835. Hai Myungkeo only wanted to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. However, even though she was so angry that she wanted to curse, Hai Myungkeo still tried her best to make herself look better. Standing there, she was like a holy white lotus, noble and pure, not allowing anyone to taint her. Putting on an act. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Sikong Xian, the vice-sect master of the Heavenly King's sect, coldly snorted. Even if you're putting on an act, it's still not easy to be so calm in front of so many people. Sikong Zun smiled faintly. Big brother, who are you siding with? Sikong Xian said unhappily. It doesn't matter who I'm siding with. What's important is that our Mingkong must not lose this battle. Sikong Zun said slowly. Once she loses, not only will she lose face, but she will also lose luck and the glory of being the chosen one. This will be a huge blow to the royal family of the sacred dynasty and our Heavenly King sect. Even the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute will be affected. Then what should we do? Sikong Xian asked. Just in case, go and make some preparations. If Ling Xiao wins, don't let him walk out of here. I don't believe that the Moon Lady will risk her life for a mere young man. As long as he's dead, she should stop. Sikong Zun said coldly. That can't be, right? Can Ling Xiao win? Sikong Xian said disdainfully. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your breath? All right, I'll listen to you. You're the big brother and the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Sikong Xian stood up and left. Ling Xiao, is there anything else? Why aren't you on the stage? The head judge stood up and frowned. The battle stage and array had been repaired. Hai Myungkeo had already stepped onto the stage, But Ling Xiao was still standing there, unwilling to move. This made him a little unhappy. There is indeed something else, Ling Xiao said slowly. The battle in the martial arts festival is too boring. What kind of battle is it if we can't kill each other? I want to battle with the Holy Sun. Life and death is up to fate. It wasn't because Ling was bloodthirsty, but because he was in a disadvantageous position and had to do this. Otherwise, if Ji Mingkong accidentally killed him, nothing would happen to her. The entire sacred dynasty and Heavenly King sect would protect her. Unless the Moon Lady's revenge. The Holy Dynasty to kill him. They, and even list. He would be listed as the public enemy of the dynasty. They, and to the to people. There were many people. The Saint dynasty still wanted to maintain their reputation, so they wouldn't go all out just for a saint. As long as they didn't do it openly, he would have a loophole to take advantage of. It would be safer. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao in an instant. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such a thing. Isn't this courting death? Your opponent is the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo. Do you think it's a nobody? How dare you propose a life and death battle? Golden Light, should we persuade Ling Xiao? It's too risky. Heavenly Eye frowned. Persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can we persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light turned to look at the Moon Lady's expression. He found that the Moon Lady was not worried at all. Instead, she had a satisfied smile on her face. Damn! Heavenly Master Golden Light was speechless. He had planned to ask the Moon Lady to persuade Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao would listen to the Moon Lady. But who knew that the Moon Lady seemed to be in favor of this? Haim Myungkeo's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. However, she returned to normal after a while. Was he planning to go all out? She sneered and said calmly, I agree. Let's leave it to fate. Hearing Haim Myungkeo's words, the sage emperor in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Although Ling Xiao had cut through all obstacles and successfully made it to the end of the martial arts festival, he had surprised many people. However, he still felt that Ling Xiao was no match for Haim Myungkeo. After all, Haim Myungkeo was the target of the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty. The Sage Emperor knew how powerful she was. Even so, the Sage Emperor still didn't want to announce the life and death battle in public. Because if that was the case, Ling Xiao would be able to go all out. Who knew what kind of sinister move this brat would use? In the end, even if Haim Myungkeo won, it wouldn't be worth it if she was covered in injuries that couldn't be healed. But it was useless even if he didn't want to. Haim Myungkeo had already agreed. If he went back on his word, the royal family's dignity would be completely destroyed. The head judge snorted coldly and said, Kid, I didn't blame you when you pretended to be my good son, Ji Furing's son. Now that you've made such a request, do you really want to die? Head judge, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but I don't know Ji Furing. I've never pretended to be anyone's son. Ling Xiao instantly understood why the head judge suddenly hated him. It turned out that someone had fed him such nonsense. Was it the Sage Emperor? Or was it Haim Myungkeo? It didn't matter who it was. He explained and then jumped onto the battle stage. Seeking death? He didn't plan to die. He just wanted to save his own life. Although it looked like a life and death battle, it was actually the fairest battle. The purple flash sword appeared in his hand. This was Ling Xiao's strongest sword. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with Haim Myungkeo. The sword brought with it a thunderous sound. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Electric currents flickered on the sword. Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy, which had been completely converted to electricity, emitted a blinding blue light that surrounded his body. Ling Xiao stared at Haim Myungkeo and said, When you brought Chen Nanqing to Yuehua school to cause trouble for me, you probably didn't expect this day to come. It's time for us to end this. He didn't have a good impression of Haim Myungkeo. Ever since that meeting, Haim Myungkeo had been looking for people to deal with him. She wanted his life. Feng Yaorao, Army Breaker, Ye Qianxue, Jian Wuji, and the others had all tried to kill him. However, he had neutralized them one by one and fought back. After all, who would be able to maintain a heart without hatred after the other party had repeatedly tried to kill you? In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Perhaps Zhao Xi could do it in the past. After all, if one didn't have the temperament of a saint, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Han Myungkeo gently touched the storage ring on her hand. The storage ring was made of beautiful gems. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very exquisite. A red light flickered and a slender sword appeared in her hand. This sword was about a foot longer than an ordinary sword. It was also very thin and gave off a strange feeling. Chapter 836. Under the sunlight, the thin sword in Han Myungkeo's hand glowed with a strange light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was an immortal-grade artifact. Furthermore, it might have some special effects. Han Myungkeo's pupils contracted slightly. Then she laughed. There's no point in saying anything now. Back then, I wanted to uphold justice for the Sword King sect. It was you who was stubborn. I wasn't in the wrong. The one who was in the wrong is you. Uphold justice? Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. He was afraid that even Han Myungkeo herself would not believe her words. I've seen shameless people before. However, it's rare to see someone as shameless as you. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. The purple lightning sword in his hand glowed brighter and brighter. Let's begin. There's nothing more to say to someone like you. Han Myungkeo's eyes flashed with surprise as she felt the terrifying heavenly yuan energy gushing out of Ling Xiao's body. It seemed that this kid was not completely putting on an act. He was a heavenly pulse martial artist, but his heavenly yuan energy was close to 100%. This was something that ordinary heavenly pulse martial artists could not do. No wonder this kid could defeat the Qin Bishue. Unfortunately, he still has no chance against me. Her slender hand held the thin sword. The heavenly yuan energy condensed into a whirlwind that danced around the sword. The energy that leaked out constantly collided with the protective barrier and the stage. The stage that had been strictly renovated was still covered with ravines from the fierce heavenly yuan energy. It was very ugly. Han Myungkeo raised her sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. The sharp edge of the sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It made people feel a terrifying threat. As the heavenly yuan energy continued to surge out of their bodies, their auras became stronger and stronger. The atmosphere of the entire competition venue became tense because of this. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized. They could not speak. They did not even dare to move. Their gazes shot towards the martial arts arena in unison. They really wanted to know exactly what the outcome of this battle would be. Would Ling Xiao, the Dark Horse, completely defeat the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty? Or would Han Myungkeo protect her honor? On the stage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao, you must remember that your opponent is the Holy Son, the heir of the sacred dynasty. You'd better. In the VIP seats, the Holy Emperor was still feeling uneasy. He was trying to convey his message to Ling Xiao. However, what made him angry was that Ling Xiao didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Under everyone's gaze, his feet moved, and his body turned into an afterimage. With extreme speed, he stabbed the sword in his hand towards Ji Mingkong. What are you talking about? Let's fight! Ling Xiao threw these words at the sage emperor as the sword light flew away. Since they had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to be reserved. The anger in his chest would erupt today. He would show no mercy. It was as if he was a ferocious beast that had been waiting for a long time and was finally ready to hunt. How could Ling Xiao stop at this moment? Han Myungkeo stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. While he had the natural dragon soul, he also had the heavenly secret martial spirit, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the sacred dynasty. The heavenly secret martial spirit allowed a cultivator to fly in the transcendent realm. It also allowed them to use all kinds of terrifying killing moves. The natural dragon soul represented life force and the ability to recover without dying. The heavenly secret martial spirit gave her terrifying offensive and defensive abilities. Therefore, Han Myung-keo was not afraid of Ling Xiao. It was not without reason that she disdained Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao was less than 10 meters away from her, Han Myung-keo finally moved. In that instant, a strange pavilion appeared behind her. There were countless strange inscriptions on the pavilion. This was the manifestation of the heavenly secret martial spirit. So, as the inscriptions on the pavilion emitted a soft light, Han Myung-keo's speed reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, she crossed 10 meters and passed by Ling Xiao. Because her speed was too fast, many people did not see the moment they passed by each other. The two had already engaged in an earth-shattering exchange. Han Myung-keo's strange thin sword trembled slightly. The sharp heavenly yuan qi turned into sword qi and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, Ling Xiao also made his move. The purple lightning sword flashed with a cold light and thunder crackled. It easily shattered Han Myung-keo's sword qi. After destroying those strands of sword qi, Ling Xiao did not remain idle. His cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Then, he stabbed his sword towards Han Myung-keo's back. The terrifying sword qi compressed the air to the point that it almost solidified. Many people even had the illusion that Han Myung-keo's body had become distorted. Sensing the powerful sword qi behind her, Han Myung-keo frowned. She seemed to be surprised. Whether it was Ling Xiao's reaction or judgment, he was much more outstanding than she had expected. She had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles with the others. She had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. Although she said that she disdained Ling Xiao, she was still somewhat afraid of him. Therefore, she was actually very serious in this battle. However, this time, Ling Xiao's performance was better than any of the previous battles. While frowning, Han Myung-keo's thin sword stabbed backwards and blocked Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword at an extremely strange angle. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. However, the purple lightning sword was not stopped. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning combined with the powerful destructive sword qi gave Ling Xiao the upper hand at this moment. The thin sword was actually suppressed to the point that it almost broke. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect all sucked in a breath of cold air. They definitely did not expect that the battle would start like this. Ling Xiao actually dared to fight the Holy Sun face to face. Han Myung-keo was Han Myung-keo after all. Although they were surprised, they did not panic. In that instant, a terrifying surge of heavenly essence energy condensed on the thin sword. The originally thin sword instantly became much wider. The terrifying power actually sent Ling Xiao and the purple lightning sword flying. Is that the Tianji sword? In the stands, someone recognized the sword in Han Myung-keo's hand. It can't be wrong. She's using the Tianji sword that has been passed down for generations in the sacred dynasty. The sword principle she uses is the Tianji sword technique. Legend has it that the Tianji sword is a complete set of swords. It ranges from mortal-grade artifacts to legendary divine-grade heavenly Dao artifacts. I wonder how many of them are still in the sacred dynasty. That's not the key point. The key point is that the Tianji sword technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, with each level, one can obtain a transformation of the Tianji martial spirit. The Tianji martial spirit has a total of 36 levels. Even with 36 transformations, only the human kings have succeeded in cultivating it. That's right. For the other members of the imperial family, being able to reach the first level before the age of 20 would already be a blessing to them. However, from the looks of it, His Highness the Holy Sun has already successfully mastered the third level's body transformation. Thus, his Tianji sword is able to change in size. Chapter 837. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. This is just the beginning. Ling Xiao is really unlucky. Once the Tianji sword art is used, Ling Xiao will definitely be defeated. Ling Xiao had heard of the Tianji sword art and the Tianji martial soul. However, he didn't care. Although the Tianji martial soul was powerful, it was only rumored to be a substitute for the Mountain River martial soul. Its power was less than 1/10,000th of the Mountain River martial soul. At most, it could only reach the level of 12 immortal souls. It couldn't even reach the level of 9 dragon souls. The reason why such a martial soul was created was probably because the human king was worried that his descendants wouldn't be able to inherit the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he made it out of kindness. It was truly fortunate to have a good ancestor. This was not a lie. He didn't care, but the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect and the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty were excited. Even Sikong Zun and Xingdi nodded proudly, praising Hai Myungkeo's performance. "Looks like we worried too much." Xingdi laughed. "That's right. Although the third level of the Tianji sword art is only equivalent to a precious jade grade martial art, if Ling Xiao doesn't have a backup plan, it will definitely be difficult for him to defend against it." Sikong Zun also nodded with a smile. Holding the purple flash sword, Ling Xiao's pupils were filled with countless golden inscriptions, constantly flashing. The Mountain River martial soul had already started to analyze the opponent's sword art. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered such a sword art. Therefore, he had to understand it before continuing the battle. Otherwise, it would be a thankless task. "The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. You can even use a precious jade-grade martial art so casually. This is really admirable." Although that was what he said, Ling Xiao's face didn't have the slightest hint of admiration. He waved the purple flash sword in his hand again, and the sound of thunder continued to resound. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, a pair of golden dragon wings sprouted from his back, increasing his speed by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Hai Myungkeo. Hai Myungkeo was very fast. This was an advantage in terms of cultivation. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon wings in his 10th dragon form to gain a slight advantage. Within the electric light of the purple flash sword, there were wisps of flames burning continuously. The flame was black gold in color, and had the aura of hell. However, other than Ling Xiao, no one else knew about this. Others could not see it at all. Hai Myungkeo's frown deepened when she saw Ling Xiao speeding towards her. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that it was beyond her expectations. It was not inferior to her speed when she was below the celestial realm. The frown only lasted for a moment. Then, Hai Myungkeo pierced her sword through the air. A strange ball of light formed at the tip of the sword. First transformation of the Tianji sword technique, sword cannon. Ling Xiao did not know what a sword cannon was. However, judging from Hai Myungkeo's attack, the power of this attack was much stronger than ordinary sword chi. It gave people a feeling that they could not block it. It was quite terrifying. Whoosh! The ball of light condensed into the size of a fist and flew towards Ling Xiao. It actually spun violently in the air. Around this ball of light, it vaguely formed a spinning air blade. Even the air was cut apart, creating an absolute vacuum. Before this attack could even get close to Ling Xiao, it had already left countless ravines on the martial arts stage. This martial arts stage was built for nothing again. One of the judges laughed bitterly and helplessly. The terrifying sword cannon was blocked by Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword. It exploded in the air, forming a ball of light that was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Because he blocked this attack, Ling Xiao's rapidly moving figure clearly paused for a moment. He had no choice but to stop. At this moment, Hai Myungkeo's attack followed closely behind. Sacred Ancestors' Long Fist, unifying the mystic world. Amidst that clear and delicate shout, Hai Myungkeo actually held a sword in one hand and punched towards Ling Xiao with the other. Although the current Sacred Ancestors' Long Fist was not as good as it was in the past, when it was executed by Hai Myungkeo, it was still very powerful. If Ling Xiao was hit by this attack, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured in a battle with an opponent of equal strength, he would not be far from defeat. The fist energy enveloped the entire martial arts stage. It was as if the holy image of a human king had appeared in the void. The huge fist smashed down like a meteor, heading straight for Ling Zhao's head. Ling Zhao's face was still indifferent, but he could not help but feel surprised. The fact that Han Myungkeo was able to execute a top-tier gold-grade martial art to such an extent was truly admirable. However, this kind of opponent was even more powerful. Ling Zhao stomped his foot, and an illusory array pattern appeared on the martial arts stage. Then, he gently stepped aside. The huge fist clearly could have hit him, but it missed. Even so, the terrifying power still made Ling Zhao's blood boil. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if he had been hit by something. This was only the power that leaked out. If he had been hit head-on, it would have been even more uncomfortable. "You won't get a chance to breathe when fighting me." The cold voice rang out again. "Sword cannon, Model 2!" It was the same move, and even the sword cannon was the same. However, Ling Zhao could clearly feel that this so-called Model 2 was even more powerful than the previous attack. Its speed was also faster, and it even incorporated the wind attribute's cutting effect. Because he had grasped wind's celestial phenomenon, he was all too familiar with this. "Good! This time, I really won't dodge." Although dodging could reduce the damage to the greatest extent, it still felt very uncomfortable. This was because the energy that leaked out still made Ling Zhao feel pain and discomfort. It was different if he took it head-on. As long as he had the same strength, or even stronger strength, then all the damage could be offset. At that moment, the purple lightning sword in Ling Zhao's hand exploded with energy, as if it had grown a lot in an instant. It released an extremely terrifying energy, causing many of the martial artists in the stands to be shocked. A black gold flame finally appeared outside the lightning, wrapping around the purple lightning sword. With an extremely powerful might, it ruthlessly stabbed into Han Myungkeo's sword cannon. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The sound pierced through the heavens, and a blinding light burst out like a blazing sun, forcing many martial artists to close their eyes. Otherwise, they would probably go blind. Han Myungkeo's eyes were also affected. However, this only lasted for a moment. But at this moment, a blue figure shot out from behind the light like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly stabbing into Han Myungkeo's body. Han Myungkeo's eyes were affected, but in the end, her cultivation was still high. In addition to the terrifying perception of her natural dragon soul, she instantly moved 10 meters away, barely dodging Ling Zhao's savage attack. Bang! The blue figure wrapped in lightning pierced through the defensive wall, instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the defensive wall of the martial stage like an eggshell before it shattered. Chapter 838. F***CK, can the two of you not destroy the defensive barrier? Are you trying to tire us old fogies to death? One of the older referees gritted his teeth in anger, but there was an excited look on his face. Although the battle between these kids was nothing in his eyes, it was completely different to have such a terrifying attack at such a young age. To be honest, although he was tired, he was still happy to hear that such an outstanding young hero had appeared in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Han Myungkeo stopped and looked at the broken defensive barrier with an ugly expression. With her speed, Ling Zhao's attack would not be able to hit her. However, the problem was that if such a powerful attack really landed on her body, even with her defense, she would still be injured. With a cold snort, Han Myungkeo's aura suddenly rose, and the heavenly yuan qi on her sword became more and more intense. But in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. This was because Ling Zhao had suddenly appeared in front of her, only an inch away from her. Bastard, it's a doppelganger! Ling Zhao's doppelgangers were all physical. Every doppelganger of his was made with a treasure sword as the foundation, soul power, and the shadow form sword art. Because they were physical, it was difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention the fact that it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye, even Mo Wushang's demonic eyes could not see through them. This was the terrifying thing about doppelgangers. As long as the doppelganger did not attack, there was no difference on the surface. In the audience, a few of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect stood up, afraid that Haim Myeonkeo would be at a disadvantage. But Haim Myeonkeo's performance was better than they had expected. With a shake of the thin sword in her hand, she drew circles. These circles were extremely sharp, and in the middle was a tough Heavenly Yuan wall, which was equivalent to the thickness of the Heavenly Yuan Qi protective barrier. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to penetrate all of these heavenly essence walls in an instant without getting injured. As she executed her moves, Haim Myeonkeo quickly retreated. She knew that she was being suppressed and had to break free from Ling Xiao's attacks before she could counterattack. However, Ling Xiao was like a barbarian who was not afraid of death. Facing the sharp rings, he did not care at all and directly charged in. A black gold light appeared on the golden dragon wings, and his speed actually increased a little. The rings were completely shattered. Although they had alleviated Ling Xiao's attack, they had not been able to leave a single mark on Ling Xiao's body. I almost forgot. This brat's defense is even more terrifying than Long Chen's. In the stands, a martial artist slapped his forehead as he suddenly thought of something. Haim Myeonkeo also noticed this, so she looked surprised. No matter how strong your defense is, it's meaningless under my sword. Haim Myeonkeo snorted coldly. She was just about to raise her sword and counterattack, taking advantage of Ling Xiao's slowing speed to regain her advantage. However, at that moment, a dense chill came from behind her. That cold feeling seeped into her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She did not turn back because Haim Myeonkeo knew that it was too late. She had never thought that Ling Xiao could use the sword soul doppelganger twice or thrice. Behind Haim Myeonkeo, Ling Xiao's power had already reached the peak of the purple flash sword. The terrifying heavenly Yuan Qi was like boiling water that was constantly trembling and boiling. Then, the ferocious sword stabbed solidly into Haim Myeonkeo's back. Except for the fact that he did not use his heaven realm cultivation, Ling Xiao could be considered to have unleashed the full power of this sword. After the sword stabbed out, a loud sonic boom was produced in the air. Many of the martial artists near the stage were instantly deafened. Shadow sword technique, second form, raging waves of 1,000 layers. Ling Xiao roared in his heart. The power on the purple flash sword surged crazily again. The heavenly Yuan Qi around him turned into raging waves that surged towards Haim Myeonkeo. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, wave after wave crashed onto Haim Myeonkeo's back. Haim Myeonkeo did not have the chance to dodge at all. The frenzied power sent her flying like debris, like a flower that had been trampled by a wild bull. Weak, pathetic. Letting out a long sigh, Ling Xiao withdrew the purple flash sword. The other two sword soul doppelgangers also returned to their original forms and merged into Ling Xiao's body. Rumble! The attack was still ongoing. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao's shadow sword technique was that it was a continuous and powerful attack. It would not stop until the attack was over. Even if you blocked the first wave of attack, you would still have to endure the next wave. An ordinary person would not be able to do so. Although Haim Myeonkeo was not an ordinary person, she was still sent flying by the continuous attacks. She was about to fall off the stage. What? The Holy Sun was defeated? Countless people watched in disbelief as Ji Mingkong was sent flying and fell off the stage. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the Holy Sun, the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The person who was thought to be most likely to obtain the identity of the Chosen One was actually defeated so easily. However, those who were familiar with Haim Myeonkeo were very calm. If Haim Myeonkeo was defeated so easily, then she did not deserve to be the holy son of the sacred dynasty. She did not deserve to be the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Everyone's eyes were on the stage. The speed at which Haim Myeonkeo was being sent flying had slowed down. This meant that she was gradually disintegrating Ling Xiao's attacks. Even so, being sent flying by Ling Xiao was a disgrace to many of the Heavenly King sect members. Their disdain for Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into mockery for Haim Myungkeo. Humph, this little guy's attacks are not bad. The head judge snorted. He had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. That's right. It's a pity that even though the attack is ferocious, it's still lacking in strength. With just an attack of this level, it's still insufficient to cause too much damage to the saint. The second level of the Tianji sword skill, Sky Dance Technique, is truly not simple. Another judge stroked his beard and sighed. That's right. This holy son is indeed worthy of being called a holy son. His strength is so strong that it's rare to see someone at his age. I'm afraid he's the one closest to you, Xianwei. It seems that the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty have really done their best to cultivate him. Another judge nodded and said, Ling Xiao's attack just now should be his strongest attack. If that's all he has, I'm afraid he will lose to the Holy Sun. That's not necessarily true. This kid seems to know that his attack won't work. He was just testing the waters. Look at his expression. He seems to be very calm. If he is not pretending, then he must be hiding something. But what kind of hiding method could achieve such an effect? Even the head judge could not see through it. Chapter 839. I'm not sure, but this kid has already surprised us many times. Even if he surprises us one more time, it's not worth being surprised. If that's the case, this will really be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two little guys will do to surprise us. On the other side, Yunya looked at the old man beside her and asked, Uncle, have you found out anything about the investigation? The old man shook his head and said, It's difficult. We've been to Tianfeng City. As long as Ling Xiao is mentioned, everyone praises him. However, almost no one knows about his growth path. We only know that he joined the Yuehua school. What about the Yuehua school? Is there anything unusual? We don't know. Ever since Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he has broken miraculous records time and time again, making people look at him in a new light. Moreover, this kid is extremely smart. He knows almost everything, including alchemy and formations. You said that he knows alchemy? Yunya frowned and asked. Yes. That's interesting. Yunya smiled slightly and seemed to have some doubts in her heart. Yunya, don't make wild guesses. How can he be the master behind the scenes? After all, he's too young. The old man seemed to know what Yunya was thinking and waved his hand. Who knows? Maybe we'll understand in the future. Yunya just smiled and didn't argue. At this time, there was a new change in the battle arena. With a delicate shout, Haim Myungkeo actually completely shattered Ling Xiao's attack and stood firmly on the stage. She was actually unharmed. Seeing this scene, some people were surprised, while others were obviously relieved. On the side of the Heavenly King sect, everyone relaxed. Ji Mingkong had actually changed her clothes at some point in time, and then she looked calmly at Ling Xiao, who had an indifferent expression, and said, You've really exceeded my expectations. You're the first person in this year's martial arts festival to be able to injure me. I have to admit that I underestimated you. I didn't underestimate you, but I think I overestimated you. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, If it were me, I would never have let the opponent have his way with that attack. If the Holy Sun can't even tell the difference between his doppelganger and his real body, then he's doomed. Really? Unfortunately, you don't know that I intentionally let you hit me just now. There's no other reason than to test your strength. Haim Myungkeo said sarcastically. It doesn't matter whether you're telling the truth or not. So, are you going to use your true strength next? With that kind of performance just now, I don't believe it's the strength of a yin and yang celestial realm martial artist. Ling Xiao knew very well that Haim Myungkeo was also hiding her strength. She had been fighting against him with the strength of a celestial pulse warrior for half a day. Until she was hit by his attack, she had no choice but to use the strength of the yin and yang celestial realm. Because he had to use it. The attack just now was, in fact, very powerful. If Haim Myeonkeo still dared to hide her strength, she would be courting death. You're right, so you won't have a chance next time. I not only represent the Heavenly King sect, but also the royal family of the sacred dynasty. Even if it's not for the bet between us, I have to win for the royal family's reputation and the fate of the Heavenly King's sect. Haim Myeonkeo said. You mean you won't hide your strength? That's right. Haim Myeonkeo's long dress and her black hair suddenly fluttered without any wind, as if they were blown up by something. It was a momentum that kept increasing. This aura originated from her true cultivation and her powerful heavenly origin energy. Ha ha ha, that's great, the Holy Sun has finally shown his true strength. With the cultivation of the Yin and Yang celestial realm, Ling Xiao will be defeated without a doubt. It was obvious that the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect did not know how much strength Haim Myeonkeo had used, but the huge difference in strength made them realize one thing: Haim Myeonkeo was getting serious. The sun had already risen, and the blazing sunlight shone on the arena. Everyone felt a sticky feeling. It was not only because of the stuffy heat, but also because of the heavy atmosphere. In the direction of the Heavenly King's sect, a group of senior members were discussing the battle in the arena. The current development made them very unhappy. Sect leader, it doesn't look like things are going well. The competition has just started, and the Holy Sun has already been forced to show his true strength. That Ling Xiao is not simple. The person who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Heavenly King's sect. His voice was filled with anxiety and unease. You're right, that Ling Xiao is not simple, but that's all there is to it. Sikong Zun shook his head and said, Everyone has seen Minkong's improvement over the years. Even our sect and His Majesty the Holy Emperor are shocked by her progress. It can be said that except for Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei, no one can compare to her. Seems like I'm worrying too much. Ha ha ha, it's okay, there's no need to worry so much. Even if that Ling Xiao has hidden his strength, don't forget that Minkong has received special secret techniques from the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King's sect. Ling Xiao is destined to lose against Minkong from the beginning. At this time, the Holy Emperor laughed and said, To be honest, the reason why I'm unhappy is because I think the situation is not very good. That's right, since Minkong has shown her true strength, this competition is not far from the end. Sikong Zun added. On the stage, Haim Myeonkeo's aura finally stopped rising. It could be clearly felt that she had removed all her hidden strength and was ready to end the battle quickly. On the slender sword, a green light flickered, and there seemed to be a divine dragon circling and dancing. Behind her, the shadow of an immemorial nature dragon finally appeared. With the Tianji martial spirit and the nature dragon soul, Ji Minkong's dual martial spirits were absolutely domineering. This made Emma Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and the others, who were still a little unconvinced, sigh. They couldn't catch up. Their aptitude was not as good as the Holy Sun's in the first place, and she had two martial souls, both of which were extremely rare in the mystic world. How could they catch up? Give up, there's no chance. They looked at Ling Xiao, trying to find a trace of despair on Ling Xiao's face. However, all they saw was an excited smile. Not bad, not bad, this strength is worthy of me being serious. Boom! With a faint smile, Ling Xiao's aura burst forth, and a thunderous sound rang out on the stage. Terrifying black and gold flames had already enveloped Ling Xiao's body. A layer of black and gold flame armor appeared on his body. This was not a martial skill, but the symbol of a celestial realm martial artist. It was called the Heaven Origin Battle Armor. Chapter 840. There were two obvious characteristics of ascending to the celestial realm. The first was that the celestial veins were fully formed, and one's true essence was completely converted into celestial essence. The second was that one could use their celestial essence battle armor. Everyone's celestial essence battle armor was different, depending on the celestial essence of each martial artist. Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor wasn't just the black gold infernal dragon flame battle armor. It could even be said that the wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mist, and lightning were all types of heavenly elephant battle armor. What? Again? The audience was shocked once again. So he's also a celestial realm martial artist. No wonder he's so calm and composed. He's not afraid at all when facing other opponents. Looking at Ling Xiao's burning celestial essence battle armor, if anyone still didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't deserve to be called martial artists. Ha ha ha, this is a big surprise. On the Yuhua school's side, Golden Light Heavenly Master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao had already ascended to the celestial realm. How long had it been? Although Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor was still in its embryonic form, once it was fully formed, there was no doubt that he was a celestial realm martial artist. F***CK. Qin Bishue couldn't help but curse. How much does this kid look down on me? He didn't even use his celestial realm cultivation when he fought with me. I'm impressed. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She thought that after ascending to the celestial realm, she would be on par with Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to ascend to the celestial realm before her, and his cultivation was stronger than hers. Mid-stage one-line sky. Although he's not as good as the Holy Sun, it's not bad. But why do I feel that his aura doesn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all? What kind of martial soul does he have? It was no wonder people asked this. His cultivation was obviously not as good as the Holy Sun's Haimyeonkeo, but his aura didn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all. This was definitely the effect of his martial soul. This kid is not simple. Many of the patriarchs of the 12 sects looked at each other and smiled helplessly. If the Holy Sun was so outstanding, they could understand. After all, the Holy Sun had the support of the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. It was equivalent to the entire Sky Dragon continent working for her. But what right did Ling Xiao have? Ling Xiao only had the support of Yuhua School. How much support could they give him? But he had actually also advanced to the celestial realm, and he had hidden it so deeply. The temperament of this child was truly terrifying. Kacha! The armrest of the chair was crushed by the sage emperor. Originally, he was calm and confident that his daughter would definitely defeat Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he was clearly nervous. If one of them was a transcendent and the other a heaven realm cultivator, then the Holy Sun would undoubtedly win. But once they had both advanced to the celestial realm, the gap would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was really unpredictable. Sikong Zun's expression was not very good either. If he had known that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding, he would not have offended this kid for the sake of a mere Sword King sect. It would have been better to take this kid as a disciple and keep him by his side with some benefits. Unfortunately, it was too late now. What was done could not be undone. The Heavenly King sect and Ling Xiao were really like fire and water. Although he was not afraid of a mere Ling Xiao, he was not afraid of him. The problem was the terrifying potential hidden by this young man. If they could not kill this young man, then their Heavenly King sect would inevitably suffer a very serious threat in the future. One had to know that Ling Xiao did not have the support of such a huge force as the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even so, this kid had grown so fast. Once this kid became the chosen one and gained the support of the entire Sky Dragon continent, who could stop his achievements? Wouldn't it be looking for trouble to make an enemy of such a person? Previously, Sikong Zun only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary genius. He felt that it was impossible for him to surpass Haimyeonkeo, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that this kid's potential was probably even more terrifying than Haimyeonkeo. He might even be on par with Ji Funing and Yu Xianhua back then. If he was given a few more years, how terrifying would he become? A Moon Maiden was already a headache. Fortunately, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. Therefore, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the development of the Yuhua school. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao was obviously not a passive person. If he reached the level of the Moon Maiden, Bihuahua School's strength would definitely grow to a level comparable to the current Heavenly King sect, or even stronger. Thinking of these terrible consequences, Sikong Zun was both regretful and worried. Since he could not use Ling Xiao, he could only kill him. This time, he planned to do it himself. No matter what, he could not let Ling Xiao live. Brother Sikong, you're overthinking it. Even if this kid has great potential, he's still not a match for Ming Kong at the moment. The Holy Emperor had already recovered from his shock. When he saw Sikong Zun's constantly changing expression, he said, Ming Kong can cultivate the superb martial arts techniques of the Holy Dynasty's royal family and your Heavenly King sect. How can Ling Xiao compare? Perhaps. Let's wait and see. If Han Myungkeo could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao, Sikong Zun would not need to do anything. Otherwise, he might face many obstacles, which would be very troublesome. However, at this moment, he was already feeling very uneasy and nervous. In the arena, Han Myungkeo clearly showed a moment of shock and disbelief. However, she quickly concealed this expression, and a trace of calmness appeared on her face again. She had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. Even when she made the bet, she had only made it in a moment of anger. She had never thought that Ling Xiao would have the ability to challenge her. However, in such a short time, this kid had already advanced to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as hers, he was much faster than her. After all, he had the help of the elixirs personally prepared and refined by Sun Xiang and those powerful imperial physicians. Unforgivable! Han Myungkeo's eyes revealed a strong hatred and murderous intent. If Ling Xiao did not die, she, as the Holy Sun, would have no face to speak of. Moreover, she had a strong sense of crisis. Even if Ling Xiao was not a match for her now, he would definitely become a huge threat to her in the future. She really could not hold back. Not at all. She took a deep breath. The air was cold, and Han Myungkeo's heart turned cold. The slender sword in her hand was still flashing with green light as the power of the natural dragon soul continued to pour into it. Han Myungkeo did not want to say anything. Right now, she just wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut the mouths of those who thought that Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge her. Buzz! After a loud rumble, a set of emerald green armor appeared around her. This set of armor was covered in countless divine runes of life, giving off a feeling of exuberant vitality. This was Han Myungkeo's Heaven Origin Battle Armor. Gen 1121107031556231487300400. Chapter 841. Han Myungkeo's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was the Nature's Dragon Armor. Wearing it on her delicate and exquisite body, her perfect figure was displayed for everyone to see. Compared to Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Armor, Han Myungkeo's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was more elegant and noble, just like her status. Do I see a fairy? She's a dragon girl. Regardless of what it is, the holy disciple is simply too beautiful. In particular, after materializing her Heavenly Origin Battle Armor, she looks even more heroic. If Ling Xiao hurts my goddess, I'll fight him to the death. You! Countless martial artists in the audience were captivated by Han Myungkeo's perfect figure. Apart from a few people who had their eyes on Ling Xiao, the rest of the people had probably become fans of the Holy Sun at this moment. Not only were their Heaven Origin battle armors completely different in color and design, but there was also a difference in strength and refinement due to the difference in their cultivation ranks. Han Myungkeo's Heaven Origin battle armor was clearly more beautiful. Ling Xiao's Heaven Origin battle armor, on the other hand, was slightly cruder. Han Myungkeo made her move as soon as her Heaven Origin battle armor was formed. She wanted nothing more than to kill this annoying bastard before her, and not give him any chance to retaliate. Her petite body suddenly burst forward, transforming into a streak of dazzling green light. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, she began her counterattack. Ling Xiao had been suppressing her all this while, but now, she was about to end the battle. The two of them were about 70 to 80 meters apart, but with Han Myung-ko's speed, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, Han Myung-ko crossed dozens of meters and entered Ling Xiao's attack range. The thin sword in her hand pierced through the air like a venomous dragon. With a clear and proud dragon's roar, it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat from an extremely tricky angle. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade Han Myung-ko's attack. The purple lightning sword in his hand flashed, and with the terrifying speed and strength of a celestial realm cultivator, it collided with the emerald green sword. Another dragon's roar rang out, but this time, the dragon on the purple lightning sword was black and gold. Boom! The two weapons clashed, and it was as if two divine dragons were clashing between heaven and earth. Clouds in the sky, faintly discernible two clouds, could be seen. On one side were black gold burning clouds, and on the other side were emerald green clouds. This wasn't just a battle heavens. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao's martial spirit is the Hell Dragon's soul. Hell Dragon's dragon soul, dragon's soul. Zun suddenly dragon S's. He had felt that something was amiss. How could a normal black dragon martial soul withstand the power of a natural dragon soul? There was only one explanation. Ling Xiao's martial soul wasn't a black dragon martial soul, but a hell dragon soul. What? The sage emperor was also shocked. How could there be two types of immemorial dragon souls on the heavenly dragon continent? Nothing is impossible. The heavenly dragon continent's guardian beast has always been the heavenly dragon, so it's absolutely possible that there are more immemorial dragon souls here. Sikong Zun said resolutely. But why did this brat get it? What did he do to deserve it? Regardless of the shock below the stage, the battle between the two on the stage continued. Heavenly King's Scripture, Sword of Slaughter. Han Myung-ko wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao had blocked her attack. If Ling Xiao couldn't even block this attack, then he was too useless. She had already prepared a follow-up attack. Her slender sword suddenly changed its style. She displayed her most powerful sword skill. It was a set of sword techniques from the Heavenly King's Sect's Heavenly King's Scripture. The void suddenly turned pitch black as she thrust her sword forward. It was as if the two figures had disappeared from the stage, but outside the stage, the sky was still clear. In the darkness, several streaks of sharp sword chi attacked Ling Xiao from different angles. The sword chi was in the shape of a strange dragon. It was only the length of a thumb, but there were hundreds of streaks. What was even more frightening was that these streaks of sword chi didn't make the slightest sound as they flew. It was as if demons were quietly approaching. He couldn't see. His hearing was also useless. If it were someone else, they would probably have to take this attack head-on. What a powerful sword technique! Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Although the Heavenly King's Sect's Scripture of Heavenly King's Scripture was of the same level as the other scriptures of the 12 sects, when it was used by Han Myung-ko, who was at the early stage of Yin-Yang Heaven, it was extremely shocking in terms of power and speed. Ling Xiao could sense the position of each streak of sword chi through his mountain river martial soul's analytical ability. However, it was almost impossible to completely avoid them at such a close distance. Since he couldn't avoid them, he would block them. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had only thought of this for a moment. Suddenly, the Overflow Rain sword appeared in his left hand. Rotting Sword Rain! Although this was a skill that came with the Overflow Rain sword, its power naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before with the increase of Ling Xiao's cultivation. It didn't matter if he couldn't see it. Anyway, the Rotting Sword Rain almost covered the entire stage. Han Myung-ko's sword chi was pierced one after another, but they disappeared without a trace. However, in the process of blocking, there were still some gaps. 4 streaks of sword chi avoided the obstruction of the Rotting Sword Rain sword and pierced Ling Xiao's Tianyuan battle armor. Dazzling sparks were produced, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal. Tisk, I'm still too slow. This was the first time Ling Xiao had such a feeling. He clearly knew where the attack was coming from and where it was aimed at, but he couldn't block it. Thankfully, His Tianyuan battle armor was extremely powerful, and even though 4 small holes had been punctured, the 4 streaks of sword intent had been completely incinerated into nothingness. Han Myung-keo's attack this time didn't cause any substantial effect. It could only be said that it hit Ling Xiao. It was probably because the other party pursued speed that it lost its power. Ling Xiao didn't consider such a complicated problem. Since he blocked the other party's attack and wasn't injured, it was time for him to counterattack. Han Myung-keo wanted to use her cultivation to suppress him? Dream on! He put away the Overflow Rain sword and switched to the Fury Wind sword. Fury Wind Shuttle! This was a skill that was most suitable for surprise attacks. His body didn't move, but the sword chi had already pierced through the air. It glided across the inky black competition platform and reached Han Myung-keo's heart in the blink of an eye. This skill couldn't be underestimated. It was an attack that was infused with wind phenomenon. It was extremely fast, and it was extremely lethal. In combination with wind phenomenon, as long as it struck Han Myung-keo, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. Since Han Myung-keo wanted to kill him, then he wasn't going to hold back either. Han Myung-keo's brows furrowed as if she had sensed the sword chi hurtling toward her. She had initially planned to end this battle with a single attack, but it was a pity that she had failed on the verge of success. Instead, Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to counterattack, and she was extremely frustrated. However, even though she was frustrated, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao's attack in the slightest. Her body drifted through the air, and the void dance technique made her body as soft and flexible as a willow catkin. On top of that, it was also quite resilient. Chapter 842. Han Myung-keo easily dodged the raging wind shuttle with her sky dance technique. The sword brushed past her chest and hit the defensive wall, creating a few more cracks. After dodging the attack, Han Myung-keo didn't stay idle. Taking advantage of the speed of her dodge, she stabbed her rapier at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to be suppressed by her, and she naturally didn't want to be suppressed by Ling Xiao either. Thus, the two of them fought back and forth, either willing to stop. As long as they didn't defeat the other, it would be impossible for them to stop. She wanted to counterattack, and Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The raging wind sword suddenly disappeared, and the thunder shadow sword appeared in his left hand. Thunder flash! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed on the pitch-black battling platform. The thunder shadow sword in his left hand resonated with the purple lightning sword in his right hand, causing the power of the thunder flash to increase. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the darkness. Many of the anxious spectators in the auditorium finally got a clear view of the situation. Even though it was only for a moment, they had a general idea in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun were actually evenly matched. The sudden thunderclap directly sent Ji Mingkong, who was pouncing forward, flying several steps away. However, with Han Myung-keo's strength and the defense of the natural dragon armor, this attack didn't do anything other than interrupt Han Myung-keo's attack. Both of them were experts. In a battle between experts, it was very difficult to determine the victor because their skills and cultivation were very close. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect the thunder flash to be effective. He only wanted to suppress Han Myung-keo and prevent Han Myung-keo from using her moves. The moment he pushed back Han Myung-keo, Ling Xiao rushed forward and launched a series of attacks. His powerful attacks made Han Myung-keo spin like a gust of wind, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Han Myung-keo also understood that Ling Xiao would not be affected by the loss of his vision and hearing. Therefore, she decided not to waste her heavenly essence energy. She removed the darkness on the stage and focused on blocking Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. Ling Xiao was best at swordsmanship. Whether it was close-range combat or mid-range combat, he had his own specialties. Therefore, he had no disadvantage in terms of attack range. This was something Han Myung-keo could not compare to. The sound of metal clashing could be heard on the martial arts stage. Ling Xiao's figure was almost invisible. Only a series of flickering shadows could be seen. Hai Myeonkeo was also constantly blocking the attacks. Her speed was raised to the maximum. On the spectator's stand, the martial artists with weaker eyesight could only see two afterimages entangled with each other. There was nothing else. Of course, the continuous cracks that appeared on the stage and the protective barrier made the spectators, who couldn't see the fight between the two, nervous. The battle between the two had reached its climax. It was like the moment when water boiled. The white steam that gushed out was the heavenly essence energy that the two of them were releasing. The green light and the black and gold light intertwined, and their speed increased again. In the sky, the images of the two divine dragons were also fighting. Further up, two clouds of different colors were fighting for territory. Looking at all this, the disciples of the 12 sects were all stunned. Were these still martial artists below the age of 20? Shouldn't a battle of this level be at the level of an inner sect elder? There was no need to mention the Holy Sun. In their hearts, the Holy Sun was invincible and number one among the younger generation. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? They had thought that he was a dark horse, but in the end, he was a big boss. At this point, those who had said that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself by challenging Hai Myeonkeo were embarrassed. Compared to Ling Xiao, they were even worse than trash. Damn it! Qin Bishua was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was the only one who was not at a disadvantage when facing the Holy Sun, Hai Myeonkeo. The difference between him and Ling Xiao was not just a little bit. One had to know that Ling Xiao had defeated him with the cultivation of a heavenly pulse martial artist. Is he still a human? Hong Li was also dumbfounded. She had originally planned to cultivate for a while after returning to the Blue Water Sacred Palace, and then come out to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it now seemed that she was simply too naive and ridiculous. With the time she had, Ling Xiao would only become stronger than her. Mom, that is Sister Yuling's senior brother. No wonder Sister Yuling is unwilling to leave Yuehua School and go back with us. Dai Yaoling had already talked to Dai Yuling privately about returning to the Spiritual Medicine Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, Dai Yuling had not agreed. She had a good life in Yuehua School. Her master, Lan Yue, was there to protect her. Ling Xiao was there, and she also had a cute junior brother, Leng Hao. She could not just leave like this. At this moment, Dai Yuling only had eyes for the battle on the field. Many people were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe because of the stalemate. Fortunately, they were all powerful martialists. Even if they did not breathe for a while, they would not die. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have probably suffocated. Although many people had hoped that Ling Xiao could challenge Hai Myeonkeo, they had not expected Ling Xiao to be so fierce. He was actually evenly matched with Hai Myeonkeo. No, he was not evenly matched. Instead, he was steadily suppressing Hai Myeonkeo with every move. Was this for real? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Naturally, the ordinary martialists in the spectator seats were not the only ones who were nervous and in disbelief. After Hai Myeonkeo had used all kinds of ultimate techniques but was unable to gain the slightest advantage, Sikong Zun and Xingdi's expressions had clearly turned gloomier. Hai Myeonkeo had even used the Divine Emperor Scripture, the Natural Dragon Soul, and the Tianji Martial Soul. However, she still could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that if Hai Myeonkeo attacked an opponent like this normally, even if the opponent's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Hai Myeonkeo's and had reached the 3 talents heaven realm, they would still not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all in the face of such an attack. He took it all. What was even more frightening was that he was actually unharmed. If no one had seen today's battle, no one would have believed Ling Xiao if he told them that. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the battle stage. The two figures suddenly separated and retreated more than 10 steps before coming to a stop. Both of them had nimble movements, so they did not fall. However, when they appeared in front of the crowd, many people were stunned. Good heavens, this battle was really tragic. The battle had been too fast for them to see clearly. Now that they had stopped, they realized that the two of them were really in a sorry state. Gen 112110703125535761014873220000. Chapter 843. Dozens of small holes had appeared on Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor. Faint traces of blood could even be seen. Although it was only a superficial wound, it meant that he hadn't completely withstood Haim Myungkeo's attacks. Lottie's was normal. After all, Haim Myungkeo was also a genius. Furthermore, her cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. Coupled with her natural dragon soul and Tianji martial soul, she shouldn't be any weaker than Ling Xiao. However, many people frowned when they saw Haim Myungkeo. Haim Myungkeo didn't look any better than Ling Xiao. In fact, she looked even worse. Her originally neat hair had been shaved to different lengths. There were many cuts on her natural dragon armor. It looked as if it had been picked up from the trash. What was even more unbelievable was that there was a wound on Haim Myungkeo's shoulder that was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her injuries were actually much more serious than Ling Xiao's. However, the natural dragon soul's recovery ability was simply too terrifying. This kind of injury was completely healed in just a short period of time. It seemed that the two of them had both been at a disadvantage and had taken advantage of each other in the previous battle. However, Ling Xiao was still a level higher in terms of skill. This was completely unacceptable to the Heavenly King's Gate. Even if Ling Xiao could fight Haim Myungkeo until now, Ling Xiao should have been the one who was more seriously injured and looked more miserable. Why did it seem like the opposite was true? However, the atmosphere in the arena was so heavy that everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to. It was as if anyone who spoke would be condemned for eternity. This kind of oppressive feeling was extremely unbearable. Kacha! A loud sound came from the protective wall. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere was broken. Everyone gasped for breath. The referees silently went to repair the protective wall. It wasn't a big deal if the stage was broken. However, if the protective wall was broken, the spectators nearby would probably suffer. Even the ordinary citizens of the holy city would be at a disadvantage. After a long while, Haim Myungkeo took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She stabbed the thin sword in her hand directly into the martial arts stage, and then made a strange hand seal with her hands. This scene made the Heavenly King's Gate members nervous. "Mingkong, is that necessary?" Sikong Zun even shouted loudly. Of course, he knew what Haim Myungkeo was going to do. The next move was extremely powerful, but it was also a move that would hurt her own body. Ji Mingkong would only choose to use this move when he was helpless against the enemy. "I have to use it!" Ji Mingkong shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to do this either, but the strength that Ling Xiao displayed left her with no choice. "Sigh, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful that he could force Mingkong to this point." In the Heavenly King's Gate, a grand elder sighed. "Eh? I didn't expect this little girl to meet her match. She used to look down on other young people." Yunya was also a little surprised. As Haim Myungkeo's aunt, Yunya knew Haim Myungkeo's temper very well. She had even chatted with this little girl before. Every time the little girl talked about other young people, she had a look of disdain. She said that it was enough to have the holy son in the world, and that other young people were not worthy. But now, Ling Xiao forced her to this point. "I'm a little worried." Dai Yuling grabbed Lan Yue's hand and felt her body trembling. Even she could feel how terrifying Haim Myungkeo's next move was. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't you know Ling Xiao? He hasn't used up all his trump cards yet." Lan Yue was actually very worried. However, as Dai Yuling's master, she couldn't show her worry at this time. "Brother Ling will definitely win." Long Chun looked at the stage and thought of the scene in the Land of Dragons when Ling Xiao transformed into the immemorial Golden Dragon. He knew very well that Ling Xiao's strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. He was much stronger than what he showed. "I hope so." Ling Hao had always been confident in Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't help but worry at this time. Heaven's eye, can you see it? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light turned around and asked. I can't help it. I can't see through these two little guys. On the stage, Jimmy Kong was bathed in a green light as his heavenly essence energy was continuously channeled into the thin sword that was stabbed into the ground. His hair was fluttering in the air, and his clothes were also fluttering. The soles of her feet gradually floated up. She floated up without using the sky dance technique. It was completely driven by a powerful force. The thin sword flew up at the same time and pointed at Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The green light sword and Haim Myungkeo's expression became ferocious. The energy that enveloped her body seemed like it could explode at any time. Ling Xiao, it's the last move. It's time to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. If not for Ling Xiao, she, Haim Myungkeo, would be the true number one genius of the sacred dynasty. She would be the holy son and the number one among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. She would be the chosen one. However, Ling Xiao appeared. Now, he stood in front of her and became the biggest obstacle to her ambition. She hated this person, but she had to defeat him. Is this your strongest move? It's really powerful. It seems that I have to be nervous. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 The raging wind sword, thunder shadow sword, overflowing rain sword, purple lightning sword, and bewildering mist sword were all summoned. They revolved around his body and flickered with different colored lights. In the sky, the eye of the world had opened. Behind him was an unparalleled demonic sword. The eye of the world spewed out the energy of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which was constantly infused into the 5 swords. Yigushin's martial spirit behind his back exuded an intense slaughter sword intent, which was continuously channeled into the 5 swords. His power was growing, and he was constantly growing stronger. In the air, Haim Myungkeo's technique was slowly taking shape, and the green glow of her sword had reached its peak. It even enveloped Haim Myungkeo. This terrifying power caused Haim Myungkeo to tremble involuntarily. Even she couldn't control what kind of terrifying effect this move would bring. She only knew that this move was very powerful. She had only tried it once when she was a Heaven Vein martial artist. After entering the Heaven tier, she did not dare to try it again. Because it was really too terrifying. She was worried that she would destroy everything in front of her if she couldn't control it. When the green glow on the sword reached its peak, a huge shadow appeared behind Haim Myungkeo. It was the founder of the Heavenly King sect, a fierce general under the Human King. Its strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. Heavenly King's scripture, Jade Crush! Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Better to die in battle than to admit defeat. This was the personality of the founder of the Heavenly King sect. Therefore, in his Heavenly King scripture, this kind of life-risking attack would often appear. Chapter 844. No one doubted the power of this move. Because as Haim Myungkeo shouted, the terrifying energy fluctuations became uncontrollable. It was as if the entire stage and the protective barrier were about to explode. An emerald green longsword pierced down from the sky like a divine punishment from the heavens, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Sensing the terrifying energy in the sky, the referees poured even more energy into the defensive wall. At this time, they didn't dare to be careless, because the slightest mistake would cause the protective barrier to shatter, and many spectators nearby would be killed. Even the royal family of the sacred dynasty couldn't bear this responsibility, unless they really wanted to become enemies with many of the 12 sects and countless other sections. On the stage, Ling Xiao was still calmly looking at the emerald green light that was expanding in his eyes. He didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He was now focused on resisting Haim Myungkeo's brazen attack. If it really didn't work, it wouldn't matter even if he transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. Anyway, he would be exposed sooner or later, and the key was to survive. But there was no need for that now. Different celestial powers were rapidly condensing on the 5 swords, and they showed no signs of retreating in the face of the emerald green sword chi. They were both immemorial dragon souls, but the immemorial hell dragon was even stronger than the immemorial nature dragon in terms of combat strength. After all, the immemorial nature dragon was best at recovery. The 5 swords kept spinning and condensing energy, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Gradually, they formed a connected ring and flew in front of Ling Xiao. When the different celestial powers came into contact with each other, strange energy fluctuations were produced, and many people were surprised. What is this kid trying to do? It's already not easy to control one type of celestial phenomenon. Could it be that he actually wants to fuse all 5 types of celestial phenomenon into one? Sikong Zun's expression was uncertain. In his heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. He had actually forced Han Myungkeo to the point of risking her life to attack. This kid would definitely be a disaster if he was left alive. But if Han Myungkeo's risking attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he really couldn't accept it. Merging 5 celestial powers into one? He's just courting death. The flame deity, who was beside the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace, snorted. As a member of the Yuhua school, he knew very well that there had been a genius martial artist who had tried to merge 2 celestial powers into one, thinking that it would produce a stronger attack effect. But in the end, they had been devoured by the backlash of the 2 celestial powers. On the Yuhua school's side, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do, but they didn't dare to rashly stop him. If they affected Ling Xiao, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what is Ling Xiao trying to do? Lan Yue couldn't help but ask the Moon Maiden. Don't worry and just watch. When have you ever seen him do something he's not confident in? This move should be a new one. I guess he has already practiced it many times. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Sure enough, she knew Ling Xiao the best. When Ling Xiao created this move, he was worried that it would backfire, so he let his martial soul avatar practice it hundreds of times in the mountain river world to solve the problems as much as possible. Although the current move wasn't absolutely perfect, there would still be some side effects, but it definitely wouldn't cause too much damage. 5 swords. The 5 celestial powers finally began to merge and change, and terrifying energy was constantly released from the ring. From time to time, there would be howling winds. From time to time, there would be thunder and lightning. From time to time, there would be torrential rain. From time to time, there would be heavy fog. Strange situations occurred one after another, causing everyone in the audience to be shocked. However, Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as usual, as if he wasn't displaying a terrifying move, but making pastries for his beloved woman. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive loud vibrations, Ling Xiao's hands quickly made various movements, and the 5 swords that were originally connected actually merged into one. A huge 5-colored sword. What the hell is that? 5 swords merged into one sword? Is this guy using an illusion? Sikong Xian, who was lying in ambush nearby, was watching the battle in boredom. Suddenly he realized that the 5-colored light had condensed into a huge sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked and ask anxiously. It was a pity that the people around him weren't as strong as him, and their eyesight wasn't as good as his. If he couldn't see through it, they wouldn't be able to see through it either. The only answers he received were, I don't know, and I don't know. On the other side, Xing Di and Sikong Zun looked at each other and saw the shock and worry in each other's eyes. Now that things had developed to this point, although they knew what move Han Myungkeo was using, they couldn't determine what move Ling Xiao was using. This was a very dangerous situation. The judges closest to the battle stage could clearly sense that the huge sword contained an extremely terrifying power, and they couldn't help but increase the strength of the defensive wall. How did this kid do it with such powerful power? His territories are simply one after another, and it's too much for the eyes to take in. The head judge revealed a helpless smile. As a yin-yang realm expert, he was finding it harder and harder to see through Ling Xiao. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time. He even felt that this kid's talent might be even more terrifying than Ji Furing and Yu Xuanyue's. It shouldn't be possible. The head judge shook his head, somewhat unwilling to believe it. After letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao raised his right hand, and the huge five-colored sword soared into the sky and shot toward the dark green light. Shadow Sword Technique, third move, Heavenly Punishment Sword. Although this move was far from complete, as his 12 Golden Lotus Arts had only been cultivated to the 5th level, just the fusion of the power of 5 heavenly phenomena was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the huge five-colored sword seemed to understand his words. It actually released 5 different types of light, and its speed suddenly increased by quite a bit. In fact, Hai Myungko's attack and Ling Xiao's attack were released almost at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone in the holy city, the huge five-colored sword collided with the dark green light. It was as if a huge meteorite had collided, and in an instant, the entire battle stage began to shake. Even the residents at the edge of the holy city could feel the slight tremors. And this was only the beginning of the stalemate. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the terrifying power finally produced a huge explosion. The roar resounded throughout the holy city. It was as loud as an earthquake, and in addition to the colorful lights in the sky, it was as if immortals were fighting, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. Chapter 845. After the loud explosion, a crazy amount of energy shot out in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived on the martial stage. Strong winds raged. Thunder and lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Poisonous fog filled the air. The roar of a dragon could be heard from time to time, and the ground was constantly shaking. Oh no, the martial stage is sinking! The martial stage was originally built in midair, so it was reasonable to say that it shouldn't sink. However, the impact of Ling Xiao and Hai Myungko's collision was too powerful, and the protective wall had condensed the energy into a single point, preventing it from spreading out. This made the attack even more terrifying. The martial stage sank, and so did the entire martial stage. From afar, it looked as if a giant voyage ship had lost control and was crashing down. Below the martial stage was the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar. There was a reason why the martial arts ceremony was arranged here. Although the martial stage wouldn't kill anyone because there was no one below, destroying the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar was a great sin. Sikong sneered imperceptibly. He was still looking for an excuse to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect an excuse to come knocking on his door so quickly. Since the martial stage was being ravaged, Hai Myungko, who was inside the martial stage, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. The crazy energy pounced on her like a madman, completely enveloping her. Boom! Poochie! Crack! Loud sounds rang out one after another. First, they crashed into the martial stage, accelerating its sinking. Then, they crashed into the protective wall, causing the referees in charge of the protective wall to smile bitterly. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, but the attacks of these two brats actually made them feel a sense of fear. It would be a little embarrassing if word got out. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Although Ling Xiao and Hai Myungko were only Heaven Realm martial artists, their attacks had a special effect after colliding. The terrifying power that erupted from their attacks could even injure Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This was the terrifying part of the superposition of energy. Of course, this kind of energy could not be controlled. As long as a Grotto Heaven Realm expert was not a fool, they should be able to dodge or defend against it. The golden dragon wings on Ling Xiao's back unfurled, and he wore a grim expression on his face. This was because even he did not expect the collision of the two attacks to be so powerful. The energy waves that spread out did not even distinguish between friend and foe. They attacked randomly, and even he became the target of the attack. Fortunately, he could fly. He had also mastered the art of refining formations. The defensive wall was formed by a magic array. Ling Xiao flapped his golden dragon wings and flew near the defensive wall. He only held a piece of alchemy stone in his hand, and a part of the defensive wall actually separated and wrapped around his entire body. The huge impact slammed into the defensive wall. With the judges blocking it for him, he had no problem at all. He didn't even need to use any of his heavenly essence energy. F***ck, isn't this brat too crafty? He can actually do this? One of the referees was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. He didn't leave the range of the stage and used his own ability. Another judge smiled bitterly and said, "See? This is the benefit of being knowledgeable. If the Holy Sun also knew about formations, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state this time." The head judge sighed deeply. At this point, even he had to admire Ling Xiao. It was a pity that he was not his grandson. Otherwise, the sacred dynasty would have a true successor. "I've always been curious. This brat is only a celestial realm warrior. How can he fly?" In the stands, Qing Bishire, who was following along with the stage, gritted his teeth and asked, "It should be some kind of martial art. This kind of thing is very rare. I didn't expect him to get it. In comparison, the Holy Sun sky dancing technique is much worse." The Blood Blade sect master was very knowledgeable, and he answered Qin Bishua's question. While they were still surprised, the Heavenly King sect side panicked. "Sect master, it seems that the situation is not good. Not only can Ling Xiao fly, but he also knows how to refine formations. It seems that he can use the protective wall to protect himself. If this is the case, Mekong will be at a disadvantage. I'm afraid this battle is over." An elder of the Heavenly King's sect lamented as if he had lost his parents. "Yes, sect master. The situation is completely different from what we expected. This Ling Xiao has exceeded our expectations by a lot. Moreover, I think this brat hasn't done his best." Another elder of the Heavenly King's sect said loudly. "Stop arguing! If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I'll make this brat pay with his life." The Holy Emperor was really angry. He only had one outstanding son, who was either addicted to wine and women or was an incompetent woman. Although the Holy Sun was also a woman, she was more outstanding than many men. If something happened to the Holy Sun, he would kill Ling Xiao even if he had to risk universal condemnation. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to become enemies with the royal family of the sacred dynasty because of Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun frowned and said, "Don't worry, Holy Emperor. Mekong won't be defeated so easily. Moreover, this is the sacred city. How can we allow a mere Yuhua school's disciple to defeat the Holy Sun? Who will win or lose will be decided by us, right? Brother Sikong, are you saying that you want to intervene?" The Holy Emperor asked doubtfully. "Let's wait and see. The battle isn't over yet. There's no hurry." Sikong Zun didn't confirm or deny. Instead, he suddenly looked at the arena. The energy explosion in the sky lasted for a while before it gradually subsided. A figure fell from the sky like an object that had lost control. It was stiff and didn't react at all. Oh no, it looks like the Holy Sun was knocked out by the energy just now. If she doesn't have the protection of her heavenly Yuan force, she will be in big trouble if she is thrown from this height. The people of the Heavenly King's sect shouted anxiously. Whoosh! A figure suddenly jumped out and caught Haim Myeonkeo in the air. It was Ling Xiao. A victorious smile appeared on his face. Haim Myeonkeo, who seemed to be unconscious, suddenly threw out a palm in an attempt to send Ling Xiao flying. However, her palm was soft and without any strength at all. Ling Xiao grabbed her lily-white hand, and his cold voice resounded on the martial arts stage. All the martial artists present heard it clearly. "Ji Mingkong, you disappoint me too much. To be honest, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've already lost." Although he was interested in the Heaven's Chosen One, his biggest goal in coming to the martial arts festival was to defeat the saint and kick this arrogant woman down from her dazzling throne. Haim Myeonkeo's body was trembling. She was lying in the arms of the person she hated the most and listening to his humiliating words, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even without the impact just now, just the after effects of using Jade Crush was enough to make her extremely weak. Chapter 846. In this battle, Haim Myunkeo had really lost. Novel, La, and she had lost completely. No matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't change anything. Just kill me! Haim Myunkeo shouted weakly. I'd rather die than be your slave! Hee, don't worry, I'm not interested in making you my slave. But from now on, you'd better not interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you! Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He grabbed Haim Myunkeo's neck and continued. But even if I don't kill you, I'll still have to collect some interest. I'll kindly accept your immemorial nature dragon martial soul. Ling Xiao, how dare you! A thunderous voice came from the Sage Emperor's mouth. If you touch her, I'll definitely exterminate your entire clan. With a sneer and ridicule, Ling Xiao looked at the Sage Emperor with contempt. At this point, he was completely disappointed in the Sage Emperor. Your Majesty, are you being childish? Or ignorant? Is there any meaning in saying such things at this point? With that, Ling Xiao pulled the immemorial nature dragon martial soul out of Haim Myunkeo's body and trapped it in the mountain river world. Perhaps because the immemorial nature dragon had followed Haim Myunkeo for too long, it was still very loyal to Haim Myunkeo. So after it arrived in the mountain river world, it became very violent and tried to do something inside. But could it do it? The mountain river world was Ling Xiao's territory. Dragon Slayer, beat him until he's convinced! The immemorial Hell Dragon King's name was Dragon Slayer, which was also the name of Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon soul. In the mountain river world, he was much stronger than the immemorial nature Dragon King. Just the mountain river world will alone was enough to make the immemorial nature dragon suffer. Ignoring the battle in the mountain river world, Ling Xiao kicked Haim Myunkeo away, showing no mercy at all. Haim Myunkeo fell to the ground at an accelerated speed. However, she was awake at the moment, so she probably wouldn't die. At this moment, although the world was still rumbling, the spectator stands were completely silent. Everyone looked at the stage in horror, at Haim Myunkeo. He looked at the Holy Sun, who was originally arrogant and proud. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was especially true for the people from the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. They wanted nothing more than to dig out their own eyes and replace them with another pair because they felt that they had seen wrongly. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Haim Myunkeo, the most outstanding genius of the entire Tianlong continent's younger generation. At the age of 12, she had already defeated all the young martial artists under the age of 20 on the Tianlong continent, and obtained the honor of being the number one among the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. At the age of 14, she had successfully entered the Celestial Realm, becoming the most outstanding young person after Yu Xianwei and Ji Fuling. Now, she was 15 years old and 16 years old, but she was already a Celestial Realm martial artist in the Yinyang Celestial Realm. Even in the entire Tianlong continent, this kind of cultivation speed was ranked in the top 3 aptitudes in the past 10,000 years. However, he was such an outstanding genius. The Holy Sun, who was praised to the heavens by everyone, was defeated by a martial artist who was born a beggar. Even after this little beggar entered the 12 sects, he entered the Hua school, which was ranked last among the 12 sects. Many people couldn't accept this fact. This was because the majority of the people had treated Ji Meikong as an invincible goddess in their hearts. However, such a goddess had actually lost to a nobody. However, if they put aside their prejudice and thought about it carefully, many people suddenly realized that in front of Ling Xiao, any genius would feel inferior. According to reliable information, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the lowest level of the martial vein realm a year ago. They didn't even know that there was a transcendent realm in this world. But now, he had changed and become a celestial realm master, which was above the transcendent realm. This was really too unbelievable. It felt like his promotion was like a legend. He's only 15 years old. Such a calm and strong person, except for his slightly immature face, really couldn't be associated with a 15-year-old. One had to know that most young martial artists at the age of 15 were only in the 7th or 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more powerful ones were at most half-step heavenly venerables. Although Ling Xiao wasn't the youngest in this martial arts festival, he was definitely the youngest among the 20 geniuses, and also the strongest. Thinking of this, Qin Bixue, Bai Qianjiao, and Mo Wushang, and the others who had fought with Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Even the sect masters of the various sects were shocked by this. He showed such amazing potential at such a young age. How amazing would he be in the future? What a pity! Sikong Zun shook his head slightly, and his expression was very complicated. If he had paid more attention to Ling Xiao back then, perhaps such an outstanding disciple wouldn't have fallen into the hands of those good-for-nothings from the Yuehua school. Now, not only could he not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple, but he also had to become fire and water with Ling Xiao. Damn it! Why did I choose Ming Tian back then and not him? The flame deity was even more upset. Back then, he had sent a disciple to Master Bai Yun to snatch Ming Tian back. He thought that was enough to anger Master Bai Yun to death. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort on Ming Tian. However, now he suddenly realized that he was really blind. If he had chosen Ling Xiao back then, what would have happened? I'm completely convinced. This kid is gradually catching up with us old guys. On the Yuehua school side, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, he only thought that Ling Xiao had potential and was smart enough, and that it might be beneficial to let his disciple follow him. However, now he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid. His progress is completely different from that of Haim Miankeo. Every time he fights, it's a matter of life and death. Many times, he might even lose his life. It's really not easy for him to persevere until now. Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye nodded. In the past, he had some prejudice against Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too decisive in killing. But now that he thought about it, if Ling Xiao had been an indecisive person, he would have died a long time ago without leaving even his bones behind. When I saved this kid from Mo Yen, I knew that he had a promising future. However, I'm still shocked that he could defeat the Holy Sun in front of so many people. Wang Han Tianzun's cold eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Guys, can we stop sighing? Senior Brother Ling just contradicted the Holy Emperor and crippled the Holy Sun in front of everyone. I'm afraid he's in danger. Ling Hao scratched his head anxiously. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt him unless I die. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded, and her eyes were filled with incomparable determination. You guys should leave while it's still chaotic. If a fight breaks out later, I won't have time to protect you. Chapter 847. Lan Yuer, take the disciples of Yuehua school and leave first. The rest of us will stay behind with the Moon Maiden. Even if we die here, it's worth it to protect Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. Heavenly Master Golden Light said. That's right. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes nodded. I'm afraid that's the best way. Wang Han Tianzun said calmly as if she was not too worried about dying. The Moon Maiden did not object. Although these people were not as strong as her, they were still experts among the celestial realm martial artists. If she could not free herself, she would have to rely on these people to save Ling Xiao. I'm not leaving. Lan Yuer shook her head. If you don't leave, I'll kill you first. The Moon Maiden was not good with words. She could only use the most direct method to solve the problem. Lan Yuer was stunned for a moment before she understood what the Moon Maiden meant. She would only die if she stayed. Rather than being killed by others, she would rather die in the hands of her own people. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she tearfully asked the disciples of Yuehua school to leave. She was now the eldest senior sister. If she did not leave, then Dai Yuling, Ling Hao, and the others would not leave. Although Dai Yuling and Ling Hao wanted to stay, they knew very well that it was useless to stay. They would only be a burden. Therefore, they quietly left with Lan Yuer and the other two elders. Boom! The arena finally fell to the ground. At this time, only the Moon Maiden, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes, and Wang Han Tianzun were left in the Yuehua school. The others controlled the Moonlight Treasure's ship and returned to the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang did not use this treasure when he left earlier. Anyway, his cultivation was high enough that it would not be a problem for him to return to the Yuehua school. At this time, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family had already started to stir. Ling Zhao's crimes were too many. First, he ignored the Holy Emperor's words. Second, he defeated the Holy Sun, Haim Myungkeo. Destroying the battle arena was the third. As for the other crimes, he could list out as many as he wanted, but these three were the most important. Of course, if he wanted to find fault, the third reason was more acceptable. The other two reasons were a bit unreasonable. Hateful little bastard, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell my anger. The Saint Emperor was truly infuriated. A huge hole had appeared in the ground beneath his feet from his fury. His face was livid, angry, and embarrassed. Ling Xiao actually dared to not give him face in front of so many people, saying that he was childish and ignorant. How could he endure this? Your Majesty, what do you think we should do next? The Holy Sun has been defeated. Although he is still alive, he has been deprived of his immemorial natural dragon martial spirit. His strength must be much weaker than before. Sikong Zun was a sly old fox. It was better to leave the matter of offending the world to the Holy Emperor. He did not want to appear so early. The Sage Emperor's face was gloomy, as if he was still assessing his losses. Haim Myungkeo represented the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. At the same time, she also represented the Sky Dragon Institute. Today's defeat would undoubtedly cause the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family to lose face. More importantly, how could the Sky Dragon Institute continue to exist under such circumstances? As the Sage Emperor, other than the safety of his daughter, he had to consider everything else. No matter what, he had to regain his face. However, with so many people present, if he did not have a reasonable excuse to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, even if he succeeded in the end, the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would lose even more face. His position as the Sage Emperor might even be replaced by someone else. The head judge could pass the position of Sage Emperor to him, so he had the ability to take it away. He could not afford to make a mistake at this time. Judges, the outcome of this battle should have been decided. Are you not going to announce the result? Just as the Sage Emperor was thinking hard about how to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, Ling Zhao's voice rang out. You win! This time, there was no suspense at all. Not only did Haim Myungkeo fall out of the stage, but she also did not have the strength to continue fighting. Even if the head judge wanted to protect Haim Myungkeo, there was nothing he could do. As the head judge announced the result, the abundant luck behind Haim Myungkeo flew directly into Ling Zhao's body. Wang! A loud sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons behind Ling Xiao were finally completed. But this was not the end. After the 9 cauldrons condensed, a huge figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. He was dressed in martial attire and looked valiant and mighty. He looked like a war god from outside the mystic world. It's the Human King. It's actually the Human King. Your Majesty, the Human King. All the cultivators knelt down, including the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. They did not dare to be negligent. At this moment, Ling Xiao represented the will of the Human King. They did not dare to offend him in the slightest. The Human King's figure slowly opened his eyes. There was a gentle gaze in his eyes. Just this gaze alone seemed to be able to heal the wounds in everyone's hearts. Although his gaze was gentle, it was also majestic. Even the 4 Yin-Yang realm cultivators present did not dare to challenge His Majesty. I never expected that someone would actually be able to condense the luck of the 9 cauldrons. The Human King's figure opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was as loud as thunder. Since that is the case, it means that this person has the qualifications to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusion. I will help him activate it. After saying this, the human king's figure waved his hand gently. The entire holy city suddenly shook once more. In the sky, it was both bright and dark. It looked even more frightening than the previous collision between Ling Xiao and Haim Myungkale. In the next moment, 9 greenish-yellow lights shot out from the ground. They were actually 9 giant cauldrons. The giant cauldrons floated in the air and began to rotate. The sky and earth changed color. As the terrifying winds and clouds surged, it was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Everyone in the holy city knelt on the ground and prayed, afraid that this would be the end of the world. After doing this, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Others might not have felt anything, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an external force in his body. This energy could not merge into his body, but it could protect him for the time being. It seemed that the human king had also expected that a heaven-blessed young genius would be envied by others. Thus, he had to protect this young genius and not let him die prematurely. At this moment, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm in the face of change, felt a little shocked. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Not to mention the others. When they saw the black hole-like existence surrounded by the 9 cauldrons in the sky, they were all terrified. I never thought that the legend of the 9 cauldrons illusion was actually true. His Majesty the Human King really put a lot of thought into this. Yes, it has been more than 100,000 years. His Majesty the Human King actually predicted that such a day would come. Chapter 848. It's a pity that Ling Xiao seems to be the only one who can enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Not necessarily. The 9 cauldrons illusory realm is right there. If you have the guts, follow me and try. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist broke through the air and attempted to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Bang! However, he had just reached the entrance when his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, it seems like only Ling Xiao is qualified to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. The appearance of a living example made those who were itching to make a move put away their greed. What a joke. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist was blasted into a bloody mist. Most of the martial artists here had not reached that realm. As for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin-Yang Realm martial artists, it was impossible for them to try. It was not easy to reach such a cultivation level. If they really died, it would be a huge loss. Sister Yuanu, wait a moment. I will be back soon. Ling Xiao looked up at the mysterious illusory realm like a black hole and felt a little excited. Although he did not know what was inside, this was definitely an opportunity. As his cultivation continued to grow stronger, he would need more and more heaven and earth treasures. He did not need martial arts manuals now, but treasures were definitely not lacking. Of course, it would be good if he had a divine weapon. After speaking, he opened his golden dragon wings and flew toward the mysterious illusory realm without hesitation. He did not believe that the human king would set up such a trap to kill him because it was not necessary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the remnant power of the human king in his body was protecting him and could be used at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure blocked Ling Gao's flight path. Now that the human king's phantom was gone, the martial artists who were trembling in fear just now dared to move. Little bastard, not only did you poison the holy sun, but you also destroyed the sacred dynasty's altar that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think you can leave so easily? The person who stopped Ling Xiao was Xikong Xian. The person who spoke was also Xikong Xian. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had considered the shamelessness of the King clan, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. Over at the Yuhua school, the Moon Maiden's expression turned serious. She stared at Xikong Xian. If Xikong Xian dared to make a move on Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Heavenly Premier Golden Light and the others grew nervous as well. They had been worried that the Heavenly King's sect or the royal family of the sacred dynasty would make a move against Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the other party would be so direct and shameless. They did not even care about their reputation. No wonder Ling Xiao defeated the Holy Sun. He drugged the Holy Sun. F***ck, this shameless guy. I knew it. How could a mere Yuehua school produce such a genius? It's understandable that he defeated Qin Bixue, but defeating the Holy Sun is simply a joke. Many people in the audience believed Xikong Xian's words without a doubt. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had already decided. However, some of the sect masters sneered disdainfully. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? If you want to pick a fight, so be it. What do you mean by drugging? Is Han Miankeo an idiot? How could she not know that she was drugged? Humph, the Heavenly King's sect is getting more and more shameless. No wonder the sacred dynasty is declining. The royal family has already fallen to such a state. No wonder. Ha ha ha, let's just watch the show. It has nothing to do with us anyway. It won't be easy for the Yuehua school to rise again. Some people despise the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect, while others were gloating and waiting to watch the show. Anyway, there were all kinds of people these days. Xikong Xian was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although he wasn't a match for Wu Xiang or the Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was still a piece of cake for him. The Heavenly Yuan Qi in his hands was ready, and he was ready to use his moves. If Ling Xiao tried to bypass him and enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he would definitely be ruthless. The martialists who were preparing to leave all looked over. To them, such a lively scene was hard to come by. Ling Xiao didn't move. He knew that he wasn't a match for Xikong Xian. If he rushed over recklessly, he would be courting death. He looked at Xikong Xian and sneered. It turns out that the Heavenly King's sect's deputy sect master is so despicable and shameless. Seeing that your sect's top core disciple was defeated, you came to accuse others. You said that I drugged the Holy Sun. Do you have any evidence? You said that I destroyed the altar of the sacred dynasty. That's nonsense. If I'm guilty, do you think the human king will give me the chance to enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm? Humph. Let's not talk about the altar for now. I saw you drugging the Holy Sun with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Xikong Xian snorted coldly. This was completely shameless. What he meant was that if I said you drugged the Holy Sun, you drugged him. I'm the evidence. You don't even have a chance to refute. However, Ling Xiao didn't buy it. You're the deputy sect master of the Heavenly King sect, not the deputy sect master of the Yuehua school. Do you think I'll treat your bullshit as an imperial edict? I asked you to show me evidence, not bullshit. Are you ready to accept the punishment of the mystic world's law for slandering the chosen one? Don't try to scare me. What punishment of the mystic world's law? Do you think you're the chosen one just because you say so? Xikong Xian didn't know what he was relying on. It seemed that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao said coldly. It seems that you're determined to deal with me today. Fine. I, Ling Xiao, may be insignificant, but I'm not afraid of power. No need to talk nonsense. Just say what you want. Ha ha, what do I want? Xikong Xian laughed and said, Don't you know that this is the holy city? If you commit a big crime here, you'll lose your head. Since you said you didn't drug the holy city, I won't slander you. How about this? You can stay in the Holy Dynasty's prison for a while. When we find out what happened, we'll see how to deal with you. Ling Yao's face was gloomy. These people were really beating around the bush to deal with him. If he really went to prison, even if he wasn't guilty, he would become guilty. That's impossible. My feet are on my body. I can go wherever I want unless you kill me. Ling Xiao was very glad that he was prepared to escape from the holy city. However, before he escaped, he had to go to the 9 Cauldrons illusion. I won't go so far as to kill you. That would make it too easy for you. Where are the Heavenly King's sex law enforcement team? Why aren't you taking down this traitor? This is a good opportunity for you to make a contribution. Xikong Xian blocked Ling Xiao's path and didn't make a move. This was because he knew that Ling Xiao was cunning. If he personally made a move, it might cause a lot of trouble. It wouldn't be good to let this guy slip away. Following Xikong Xian's order, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the Heavenly King sect. Other than a law enforcement elder who was in the Three Talents realm, there were also more than a dozen law enforcement disciples. Chapter 849. Mo Wushang and Dao Wuming were among the law enforcement disciples. It turned out that the Sky King's sect's law enforcement disciples were the same as the Yuhua school. They were all carefully selected from the inner and core disciples. Not only were their cultivation levels high, but they were also very good at cooperating in battle. One law enforcement elder was enough to give Ling Xiao a hard time. Now that there were more than a dozen law enforcement disciples surrounding Ling Xiao, it was clear that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao's face turned cold. Facing all kinds of attacks coming at him from all directions, he did not intend to hold back. He used the Rising Sun Sword Ray with his celestial realm cultivation. Dazzling golden light shot out in all directions. With a series of clanking sounds, the dozen or so law enforcement disciples flew out, but in the end, they also flew back. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they fell to the ground and could no longer move. They were lucky to be alive after being pierced by the golden energy sword. Mo Wushang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He thought that he was not too far away from Ling Xiao and that he still had a chance to catch up. However, it seemed that it was just his own wishful thinking. Once Ling Xiao used his true strength, he would not stand a chance at all. Even the Celestial Realm Law Enforcement Elder took 2 to 3 steps back before he could steady himself. His expression was uncertain. Don't joke about him drugging. To be able to cripple a dozen law enforcement disciples of the Sky King sect and even force the law enforcement elder back, is there a need to drug someone with such strength? That's right. Do you think we're stupid? But do you think the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty only want Ling Xiao dead? Don't be stupid. They must be after Ling Xiao's Infernal Dragon Soul and Nature Dragon Soul. Don't tell me you don't want them? Of course I do. But now that the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty have made their move, we can't possibly fight with them, right? Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be a chance. Everyone below the stage also had their own thoughts. After all, the 9 dragon souls were too eye-catching. Ling Xiao had actually obtained 2 dragon souls by himself. It was impossible for them not to covet it. Ling Xiao had crippled more than 10 law enforcement disciples in one move and repelled the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. However, his expression did not look good. Xikong Zun! As the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, don't hide at the back like a turtle. What is your Heavenly King sect trying to do? Do you really want to go against the Human King's orders? He roared in the direction of the Heavenly King sect. Xikong Zun wanted to stay out of this? Don't even think about it. Even if I have to run away, I'll still pull out your fox's tail. Haha, little brother, there's no need to be angry. It's just that the Holy Sun has indeed been poisoned, and you are the biggest suspect. Therefore, you must accept the Sacred Dynasty's investigation. This is not something that I can decide alone. Xikong Zun was a hypocrite. His words were much more hypocritical than Xikong Xian's. Little brother, you can rest assured that even if you enter the heavenly prison, we will serve you well. We won't let you suffer. T, why don't you go to the heavenly prison for a few days? Ling Xiao did not give any face to Xikong Zun. At this point, there was no use in being a coward. Xikong Zun was determined to deal with him. No matter what his attitude was, it would be the same. How dare you! How dare you speak to the sect master like that? The Heavenly King's sect's law enforcement elder's expression changed and shouted loudly. I'm talking to the son of a turtle! As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly pounced forward and attacked the Heavenly King's sect's law enforcement elder. A purple flash sword appeared in his hand. Humph! I was defeated by you just now because I underestimated you. With your strength, you are still no match for me. The Heavenly King's sex law enforcement elder snorted coldly. He was fully prepared for defense, but he did not intend to attack. It would be a lie to say that he was not guilty. However, what stunned him was that when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from him, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. Sikong Xian was also careless at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to fight the law enforcement elder head-on. In the end, he could only watch as Ling Xiao darted past him. By the time he wanted to catch him, it was already too late. However, he was too late. Someone could not hold back and made a move. A terrifying aura that was enough to suffocate Ling Xiao completely blocked his way. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated and instantly retreated more than 100 meters. At that moment, he only wanted to distance himself from this person. Your Majesty! Many people cried out in surprise. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, even the Yin-Yang realm expert like the Heavenly King personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? The Heavenly King's attack did not succeed because someone had blocked his sure-kill attack. Looks like you're tired of being the Heavenly King! A cold voice echoed in the sky. A terrifying and cold aura instantly filled the entire arena. Among the broken walls, the fairy-like woman stood in midair as if she was not real. The Heavenly King's face instantly turned red. He had really lost all face today. Not only did Ling Xiao talk back to him, but he was also blocked by the Moon Lady. He did not even have the chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Slap! A loud slap resounded through the world. The Moon Lady's fair hand had actually slapped the Heavenly King's high and mighty face. Hiss! The entire arena was filled with gasps. This was too exaggerated. In the current Tianlong continent, someone actually dared to slap the Heavenly King? Even the previous Heavenly King did not dare to do so. You! How dare you hit me? The Sage Emperor was also dumbfounded. If the Moon Lady's obstruction had already made him feel extremely humiliated, then this slap had completely stunned him. Slap! It was another resounding slap without any hesitation. Damn, who is this woman? Why is she so fierce? She should be the Yuhua School's Moon Lady. I've long heard that this woman is extremely powerful and is a top-notch expert in the Yin-Yang realm. Seeing her today, it's indeed true. Strength is awesome. She even dares to hit the Heavenly King. She's too powerful. Some of the experts below the arena were gloating. The Heavenly King always felt that he was high and mighty and that no one in the world dared to do anything to him. Many people were unhappy with him. However, although most people were unhappy with him, they did not dare to make a move. They did not expect a valiant heroine to appear today and slap the Heavenly King twice in a row. Moon Lady, isn't this a little too much? Our ancestors were all subjects of the Human King. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to slap the Human King's descendant today? In the VIP seats, Sikong Zun stood up and said with a frown, The Human King's decree is for Ling Xiao to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, but this unfilial son wants to kill Ling Xiao. He doesn't even take the Human King seriously. Now you want me to spare him on account of the Human King? The Moon Lady replied coldly. Since the Moon Lady is unwilling to show mercy, then I have no choice but to spar with you. Sikong Zun's expression did not look good. It had been a long time since he met someone who did not give him face. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to harm Ling Xiao will be killed without mercy. Chapter 850. Sikong Zun left the VIP seats with an ashen face and went to the Holy Emperor. 2 Yin-Yang realm experts had joined forces just to deal with Ling Xiao. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if they told it to others. The Moon Lady looked at the 2 people in front of her and asked Ling Xiao softly, Are you okay? Don't worry, Sister Moon Lady. I'm fine. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. I can't fight against the Yin-Yang realm expert. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I said that I'll protect you until you can protect me. The Moon Lady smiled at Ling Xiao. Her smile seemed to be able to melt dozens of meters of ice in an instant. I understand. But you don't have to fight with them. I've already thought of a plan to escape. You just need to delay them and let me enter the Nine Cauldrons illusion. The Nine Cauldrons illusion was both an opportunity and a way to escape. He had to enter it. He didn't want the Moon Lady to risk her life here. A wise man knew when to back down. Since he wasn't a match for them now, he could just slip away and come back for revenge in the future when he was stronger. After all, Ling Xiao's enemies wouldn't have an easy time. Don't worry. As long as you're fine, it'll be easy for me to escape. The Moon Lady smiled. Although the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun were terrifying when they joined forces, they couldn't stop the Moon Lady if she wanted to leave. Even if the Chief Judge joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid, let alone the two of them. At the Yin Yang realm, it was too difficult for a warrior to kill another warrior. Without an overwhelming advantage or a perfect plan, it was almost impossible. Okay. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Sister Moon Lady. Also, let Heavenly Master Golden Light and the others leave. It's meaningless for them to stay. Ling Xiao glanced at the Yuhua school and found that Lan Yu and the others had already left. However, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and Wang Han Tianzuan were still there. Understood. The Moon Maiden's words naturally carried more weight. She was more confident in persuading Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and the others. The great battle had yet to begin, and the Heavenly King's sect would not stop the three of them from leaving. After all, they were insignificant characters. Even though Heavenly Lord Golden Light and the others were feeling helpless in their hearts, they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they stayed behind. Even Sikong Xian could not deal with it, let alone Sikong Zun or the Sage Emperor. Moreover, since Ling Xiao had a plan to escape, they would only be a burden if they stayed. If they didn't leave now, they would really become a burden later. The three of them looked at each other and left one after another. As expected, the Heavenly King's sect did not stop him. After all, their key target was Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave, everything would be fine. Moon Maiden, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Yuehua school. We didn't stop those three people. You saw it yourself. I hope that you won't ruin the relationship between the Yuehua school and the Heavenly King's sect for an insignificant brat. In the end, Sikong Zun was still unwilling to make a move. Even if he joined forces with the Sage Emperor, they might not be a match for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to fight the Moon Maiden. Nonsense! The Moon Maiden's cold voice completely interrupted Sikong Zun's delusions. You attacking Ling Xiao is equivalent to attacking me. If you let him go, today's battle can be avoided. If this continues, we will have to come to an end. Hearing this, Sikong Zun frowned. The Sage Emperor said coldly, Moon Maiden, you should know very well that Ling Xiao stole my daughter's natural dragon soul and even destroyed the sacred dynasty's ancestral temple. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to continue being the Sage Emperor. Countless citizens of the sacred dynasty will be bitterly disappointed. What a glib tongue! The Moon Maiden said disdainfully. If you want to steal the Hell Dragon soul and natural dragon soul, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Speaking of citizens of the sacred dynasty, Ling Xiao is also one. Moreover, he is the most outstanding one among the younger generation. He is also the chosen one selected by the martial arts festival. You are the one who is truly disgraceful. It seems like there is no way to negotiate. Sikong Zun and the Sage Emperor looked at each other. They both knew that it was impossible to persuade the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they could only take action. Sikong Zun, don't worry about anything else. Stop Ling Xiao and don't let him enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. If anything happens, you will be responsible. The rest of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun gave the order. He was prepared to do whatever it took. Do you want the Heavenly King's sect to be destroyed? The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Sikong Zun's head. If the Moon Maiden was willing, none of the warriors below the Grotto Heaven realm would be able to survive. This was the terror of the Yin-Yang realm. You dare to massacre the sacred city! The Sage Emperor exclaimed. Why wouldn't I dare? If you dare to lay your hands on my people, I dare to massacre the sacred city. The Moon Maiden's words were cold and there was no room for negotiation. Damn it, Sikong Zun, we can only rely on you. Do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun knew that it was meaningless to rely on their advantage in numbers. If they really pushed the Moon Maiden into a corner, she would definitely be willing to perish together with the sacred city. Don't worry, big brother. That kid can't escape from my grasp. Sikong Zun chuckled. Just now, he almost let Ling Xiao enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Heavenly Yuan force gushed out. He actually set up a protective barrier at the entrance of the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. Although this protective barrier wasn't very strong, it was impossible for a Sky Realm warrior to break it. The Moon Maiden wanted to stop him, but she was stopped by the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. The three Yin-Yang realm experts fought. Although they didn't use their full strength, the crazy energy fluctuations still made the entire sacred city tremble. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a battle between Yin-Yang realm warriors. Therefore, he didn't enjoy it. Instead, he used his golden dragon wings and suddenly rushed towards the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm. You want to leave? Not so easy! Sikong Zun didn't need to guard the entrance. He began to chase after Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't fly, his movement technique was also excellent. In this small space, he didn't lose to Ling Xiao. In an instant, he arrived near Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to fight with him. Although he was confident, Ling Xiao also knew his own limits. He could fight a Sky Realm warrior with a cultivation base below the three talents Heaven Realm. If they were stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight. If it was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely be defeated in one move. That was without a doubt. Unless his opponent made a mistake first. Then, he would still have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In the sky, there was a battle between three Yin-Yang realm experts. On the other side, there were two figures constantly chasing after each other. The figure behind was obviously faster, but the guy in front was unusually cunning. Every time he was about to be caught, he would always be able to escape at the last moment. It was as if the cunning little fish was competing with the fisherman. However, this fish seemed to be playing with the old fisherman until he was dizzy. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.